time to dig deep underneath this red heat. We could really meet. Layers. It's time to lose these naysayers. We're better off, the air will be richer, and everything's so much easier. We don't need to work so hard, we don't need to act strong. It's been too long. Love is lovely when it starts. Come with an open heart, give romance a chance, and get to know me just for me. Don't bail out and leave. Scary, it can be rough and quite fearsome, but to win big you gotta risk some, and I'm not like the other ones, no. Oh, we don't need to work so hard, we don't need to act so strong. It's been too long. Oh, love is lovely when it starts. Come with an open heart and give romance a chance, and get to know me just for me. Don't bail out and leave. No, no, no. We can do as we please. Don't listen to them as they preach. We don't need to work so hard, we don't need to act strong. It's been too long. Yes, love is lovely when it starts. Come with an open heart and give romance a chance, and get to know me. We don't need to work so hard, we don't need to act so strong. It's been, oh, we don't need to work so hard, we don't need to act so strong. It's been too long. Too long.
They were in high school when they met, and things got kinda awkward. With sparks in the air, he would stare at her in class, and she would try to act cool.
Hello, Osser.
But it
Hello,
was
Thorian.
obvious, like, who
1000. Welcome, welcome. And Ian, how are you doing?
they would be together.
Looks like we might be having a smaller stream today. But again, that depends on how many people show up. It's also quite late. A lot later than I normally start. But we got what we got. Took me a little bit longer.
It
Took me a little bit longer to get fine enough to stream. Some less than stellar Discord PMs that kind of got to me a bit just as I was about to go stream. Kind of took me off guard, so I had to recompose myself. But we're doing good now. That's the important part. Is that we're good when we need to be. Hope your homework is going well, Ian. Might be time to close my DMs to friends. I mean, like, I would agree so. But, like, normally the DMs have been filled with absolutely amazing comments, and they still are. So I like keeping them open for that stuff. It was more... The comment that really got to me was someone came at me and it's like, yeah, I know all the content you do is just based off hearsay and that you don't do the math yourself, but maybe you should start doing it. And I'm just like... Does it really look like that? Does it look like I don't do my own math? Because, like, the problem everyone was having was with the video I just put out. I put Klee, Diluc, and Kaching in the same 3-panel page as characters capable of really good DPS. And the overall response that I got from, like, 5 or 6 different people was just like, no, Kaching isn't anywhere near them. She doesn't count as a massive DPS character. And I was just like, huh? Says who? Like, yeah, in like most cases, typically it's a lot easier to get a lot higher DPS out of Diluc and stuff, but that doesn't mean Kaching's DPS is bad. And even then, there exists Pyro Kaching. That was just, today hasn't been the best day. I wanted to get a lot of work done, and couldn't. It's been kinda loud in the house, with construction work going on outside, and the neighborhood dogs barking, and that kind of stuff. I think a lot of this, hello Fire, hello Shinku, how are you two doing today? And Enigma, as always, you the best. What about Cryo Kaching? Cryo Kaching's a thing. Pyro Kaching is also a thing with C6 Bennett. But even then, the DPS numbers can wind up being a little less than Diluc, or a little less than Bennett at times, or a little bit less than other things. It all depends on like the team DPS calcs and stuff like that. But I have a feeling that some of what they specifically looked for in their instances for a bunch of stuff, but she also enables a bunch of things. Exactly, like, she isn't the best, and I never stated she was the best. I didn't state she was as good as Kaching and all that stuff, and like, it's why I'm not completely distraught over these messages that I fucked up or something. And it wasn't even the YouTube stuff, it was other people other than the ones on the YouTube. The YouTube stuff was fine. Just a couple of Discord messages, and they were kind of like the final straw on the horse's back, because today just hasn't been the best day. Hello, Sally, how are you doing today? Today I wanted to get work done. It's been too loud, so I haven't been able to do anything of what I needed to do, because, like, I didn't want to write script for anything else. Because I want to finish the crit video, so I want to give it my full attention. But I've already edited everything I have, so I need to record more. But it's been way too noisy for me to even think about doing that, because I can't drown out the noise by throwing a low-pass filter. It's been too noisy. Construction going just outside in the hallway and stuff. So it's just been stress of not being able to work when I want to work. Needing to deal with the dog a little bit more than normal today, just because she's been a little bit sick, so she's needed to go a little more to the washroom, so I've been outside about 3 times as much when I want to get stuff done, but I can't because I gotta deal with the dog. It's just not been an amazing day, and so the comments were like, the last little, like, Here's an ounce to break the camel's back after you've loaded it up with 500 pounds. Also, the whole fact over the past 2 or 3 days of not having internet, so not having an outlet, and the internet is typically my outlet, it just broke. It was the final straw. But we're good now. And, to make ourselves even better, we're gonna go get a Seelie. Ooh. Oh, you weren't here for the whole thing, sir? Someone asked if I was fine, and, there's a reason why... Oh, it wasn't the YouTube comments. It was Discord comments. People actually went out and found me on Discord. That's what got to me. YouTube things don't mind. I don't mind them at all. It's like, hey, someone speaking their opinion. They're entirely entitled to it. No need to say more, exactly. And normally, like, they'd never get to me. It's just today has not been a good day. As I said, not being able to get the work done you want to get done, having to deal with things that you normally don't want to have to deal with or normally don't have to deal with. So, basically, it's been an entire day of you wanting to have agency over what you want to do and then getting none. You've been attacked for your stances on Azure Lane, so you know full well what went through? Yeah. I'm perfectly fine with it. That's over there. Okay. I need to lower the volume on that a little bit. Just a bit. Music's also really good, so that'll help out as well. Raise this audio up a bit. Big, wide open plains. I think it's here? Yeah, I think it's there. Yeah, it should be around here somewhere. Yeah, we're right on it. The Seelies mew like they mew like kittens? I'm gonna have to see if I can't extract a Seelie sound. I need to make a sound command for a Seelie sound. But yeah, funny thing is for the first time in a while, for the past couple days, I've been doing nothing but burning whatever resin I have. You'd like a picnic table. It's more like a squeak, but still adorable? We'll have to wait and see. I haven't heard it yet. I might think it's a woof. We're good. There should be one around here. There it is. We found all the coins. Neat. Next area. It's very paddable, and that's all that matters. 100%. Napat. For support Bennett, what cup should you go for? Currently using Slingshot? Yeah, because I have nothing better. I haven't picked a bow for her yet, so I have no idea what I want to use, so I'm just using what I got. For support Bennett, if you're looking for support Bennett that's entirely there, pure support, and that's all he ever does, go for something with a lot of energy regen on it. Preferably HP, but not always the best. Or if you want to actually do damage, go for a Pyro Cup. And depends on whether you get ammo spell or not, because that's also a thing. We got a lot of treasure areas to do. Okay. No, see, the thing is Sharpshooter's Oath is technically better, in theory, because of the weak spot. But with Sharpshooter, I don't have to worry about that. 1 second.
I'll let you go, just need some time. At your own pace, you need to find your way.
Back, as I was saying, so like, I understand that, and for the most part, you're technically correct. My issue is that if we go to my current ganyu, with the crit weapon she has, because, no, the weapon's providing almost a 17.5% crit rate. She's sitting at 32%. So the weapon's providing more than half her crit rate for the bloom. And then once her A1 passive kicks in, that puts it over to 50%. Do you think they'll ever add an XQ-esque pyro support for Klee? Or would that be too OP? I don't think... See, the people like an XQ character or an XL character or something else. I don't want an XQ Pyro. Because the moment we get an XQ Pyro, it's just another XQ, but a different element. I don't want that. I want something different. I want something unique. None of the units that have currently released have ever really been like another unit. The closest we've had has probably been Ganyu as a comparison to Amber, and even then, she's very unique. Her ultimate works a lot differently from Amber. The fact that she has 2 charge levels, instead of just having a single charge level with multiple arrows, or with a really high multiplier, makes her different again. Then there's the whole fact with her passive and the fact that she loves just stacking a bunch of crit, and she's really good at making a lot of crit happen. Then you have her E, where the taunt actually works, and it provides cryo a lot more than normal things, because it applies both on summon and on explosion. Same with the energy gen. So she's somewhat similar, but she's enough different that she isn't an Amber. People are going to say she's an Amber, because it's the closest thing to compare it to. But like, comparing two things by saying, oh, it's just an Amber, with some extra stuff, well then she's not an Amber. So I don't want a Pyro XQ. I want something with an XQ level capability of Pyro application. That would be great. But that doesn't mean I want just Pyro XQ. People are like, she's more of official in people's eyes. It's like, no, she's neither. She's neither. Her E is... Oh, her E is almost 100% Amber. Actually, no, her E is more Mona than Amber, to be completely fair. Nice. Not Amber. Amber's still bug. Amber is bug to shit. But you're right. The true answer is none of those. You are correct. Level 40 slingshot doing big boy damage. I mean, she is level 70 out of 80, and she does have decent artifacts equipped. This is less slingshot doing big boy damage and more ganyu just being big boy damage. Like, if I gave her a level 70 bow, even if it was a slingshot, she'd be doing so much more. If I had her with a not +4 attack cup or a not +4 attack feather, it would be more. Okay. We got another one up here.
Next on the agenda.
Get the dailies out while I'm here, as we normally do. Liven that up a bit. I get ping.
We're way behind schedule.
Yeah, do my damage. That wasn't bad. This is still isn't bad. Like, she just does too much. You made a mistake. Hello, Migo. How are you doing? Hello, Neptune. How are you doing? Permafreeze. Yep. Migo, those are not the words I expect to hear when I say how are you doing. What's wrong? Thank you very much for the sub, Wizzy. For the follow, Wizzy. It's not a sub. What am I smoking? I am professional streamer. How are you doing today? And hello, Fire. I take a whose E is a hole. I make a puddle for X seconds. Reasonable. 100% reasonable. We just lack a dumb way to apply it. Let me rephrase. Peacefully, locally sinking underneath the ground, and I cannot do anything to stop it until one day I cannot see the light, and thus I fall into the curse called eternal sleep. I don't know if that's any better. But we'll take it. Because that's very much Fischl speak. And we love Fischl speak. Fischl would be proud. Exactly. Water puddle for 30 seconds would 100% be strongest even if they did 0 damage. Not necessarily. They'd be one of the best supports, though. 100%. What? Why did you? Huh? Get juggled. Boom! Ah, Mona plus Sucrose. Yep. You got a puddle. Her name is Mona. Hello, Vexray. How are you doing today? Thank you very much for the follow. It's greatly appreciated. We're getting awfully close to those 2 gift subs. Uh-oh. Not having a claymore You know what? Fuck it. Is it considered a part of the melt damage? But essentially, give you a brief rundown when you apply. So with her thing, essentially what it is each one of the things, so the arrow itself and the explosion, both apply cryo, which means they both can melt. And how it essentially works is based off of how much pyro is on the unit when you hit them with pyro. Different attacks apply different amounts of pyro. You can, in theory, melt both of them, and melting both of them constantly, so being able to go melt, melt. So being able to go melt, melt. Melt, melt. Melt, melt. Makes her the highest in the game. I'm currently finishing up the crit. Once the crit is done, I've got 3 new videos planned. 2 of which are layman terms videos, which are going to be like 5 minutes or less videos, preferably. They're going to be the new short video series explaining a very particular topic in a very niche way, focusing entirely just on the topic. So, like, we'll have a layman's terms on sacrificial versus favonius weapons. And then maybe have another one over just my team designations. I want to get it out, so I can reference that whenever I make a video and specifically mention Type A pivots, Type S pivots, nukers, because I'm adding that to my list of repertoires, because I do, but I just, haven't been using it. But the next big video past crit is starting the elemental series, and I need to start with the basics of elemental reactions, because there's some nuances there that I think we know of now, such as how swirl exactly works, how... I don't like the pyro plus electros.
That tingle?
I can fix this.
Picked. I wasn't done.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely going to be working on that as a small thing, so I'll definitely need the sim, maybe to just showcase some basic numbers. I don't think I'm going to go in the exact perfect numbering. Okay, there's a one around here. Here it is. More that I want to go over the brief guidelines that you need to look into and do your own research for you to be able to figure out exactly what it is per character. Actually do not know swirl, like how swirl works. How is the damage calculated? Are there restrictions on how good it is in AoE versus not AoE? Like, based off of what I can assume, you overloading one thing in a group of enemies and you overloading 10 enemies all at the same time doesn't change the DPS in that group of enemies. Whereas with swirl, swirling 2 enemies together does increase the DPS swirl does. How does electro charge work? God, that's going to be a whole video in and of itself, basically. So I'll have to really layman term it in the reactions video. Oh, that, yeah, with the damage bits of swirl and all that stuff. Like, I need to go over the basics of how the reactions work, what's transformative, what's not. I want to do it.
Another test subject. That tingle?
Teamwork is dreamwork. Off we go.
Tonky chonks.
I got careless.
Got 2 incredible pieces for Albedo, but they're both glad? 100% reasonable. You can run 2-piece glad on him. That's not bad. Like, if you assume attack percent is bad, it's not. Glad Petra's not weird. You would think it is, but it's not. So, Osser, I haven't done the frame counting to be 100% sure of it yet, but I have AoE'd multiple overload targets at once, and only one overload damage number shows up per enemy. So I'm thinking there might be a restriction that each enemy can only receive one overload instance within a certain frame timing. I'm not going to be able to test what the frame timing is, because I don't have an easy way to applicate overloads one frame after the next. But I have an inkling that that might be the case. Was it in Ventiol? No. I just pyro applied a bunch of characters and then summoned Fishelbird on that group of enemies and counted the red numbers. And there was 5 enemies and 5 red numbers. I don't test reactions in Venti ult if I can help it, because Venti ult makes way too many numbers for that to be easy. Yangul Shoal. I think that's over here. Oh no, we 100% know the UI hides damage numbers. Like, if you overload and then the next frame you overload again, in theory, or the frame after that you overload again, I assume you get more damage even if the numbers don't show, because yes, we do know that that happens. But what I don't know is if in one particular instance, if you swirl 4 enemies, they can only take 2 instances of that swirl. So I don't know if overload is limited to 1 instance of overload, thus meaning single target overloads versus AoE overloads when enemies are close together doesn't make a difference on DPS. So it doesn't matter. Which changes up how you would have to look at overload and the potential goods and bads that come with it. Hi doggy, how are you? Cleeful, just curious, what makes being a content creator sustainable for me monetary-wise, or do I have another job? I am currently not stable. Not at all. I do have another line of income coming in from elsewhere that lets me exist, because YouTube doesn't even make me money right now. I'm doing good. Oh yeah, that's it. That's entirely what I need to do, is I haven't counted the enemy HP bars to confirm my preliminary findings yet. Zhongling, you don't need Zhongling. Like, that's only for her melt if you're going melt. You don't have to go melt. Go pure mono cryo, or go cryo plus hydro. Like, you can utilize her DPS and still do ridiculously high numbers because you're just ulting every 2 seconds, essentially, with her charged attack. That's really what it is every 2 seconds, every 3 seconds. Why not ascend world level? There's no need to, not till I hit 55. Like, the gap, going from world level 6 to world level 7 doesn't do much. Going from world level 7 to 8 does a significant amount with getting you a bunch of gladiator pieces, Yellowstones. It's also so I can make more content because I have to spend less time farming, because there has been days I just haven't played the game because I've been busy with life. So being able to pop in the game and clear out the 4 dailies that extra 5 minutes faster. It gives you 1.5 on the Glad Wanderer pieces. I'm not doing those for like the next 2 to 3 weeks. Bathorian is here. Yes, he is. But what would make this profitable, or what would make this sustainable for me monetary-wise? Based off of current situations and current world stuff, I'd need between Twitch and YouTube to probably be pulling in, to make this like full-time, I'd probably have to work a part-time job as well, but probably about 400 or 500 Canadian a month. So I'd have to get faster at producing the YouTube content and build that up, and or get a much bigger Twitch following. We're looking for a thing around here for the special treasure. Probably need to do this. Here it is. Are you gonna main Zhao when he comes out later? I wouldn't mind having him. Out of the 2 new ones coming out, he's the one I'm interested in. But I just dropped a lot of money. Like, that doesn't sound sustainable, but it probably would, because at that point, investing in it will make it make more. And I consider a point where you can invest more to make more money sustainable. Because I have enough put away that I could probably full-time this for 6 months if I wanted to. I don't want to do that. This, I have a feeling, is going to be a pain. But if you're talking about full sustainability, I'd need it to make about 600 a month. Where I live currently, it's a lot cheaper than you would think. But I just know what I'm doing, and I know how to monetarily balance stuff. It's just doing about 300 a month between the two is where I would stream 5 days a week. Or I would stream 2 to 3 days a week like I normally do and go full-time on the thing. Clee... Official... Pyroelectro's really good for everything other than Pyro, which also needs Hydro. If there's a Pyro mage with this as well, I am going to be super perturbed. So we're going to go Xingqiu to cover that. Yeah, I'm currently sustaining myself, but it's part of the reason why the videos come out so late, is because I'd like to put like 8 hours a day into doing them, but I only do like 2 or 3 hours a day. At most. Because that's all I'm able to do. Currently. And like, this is a lot cheaper than I used to live. Because I moved back in with other people because of COVID. So we decided to all bite the bullet, move back into a much smaller place. Internet's crap. But we have... It's a lot less on rent for all of us, and we're all paired together. I don't know why you guys had issues. Or is there another secret? I remember there was one that people had issues with. Come on. Come on. Walk into them. Ha! Get killed by mines. The hard one was Abyss Mages. Oh, is there a third one? I beat that special. I don't see a third one. Where's the third one? How do I maintain 100% uptime with Oz? I just generate a lot of reactions. It's after Treasure 8. Ah. It's a co-op event. Ah! Co-op pop-up. Okay. Makes sense. Oh yeah, you wanted to see Fischl build. My Fischl has no ER. She's at 9% bonus ER. Hi Rain. What's up? Mahmood. What's down is my total water bottle volume, which is currently 0.
I created another universe and found
You 3-starred 11 too. Nice, Rain. Congratulations. You and a co-op buddy are still working on the Abyss Mage one? We'll have to wait and see. I have a couple ideas of what I might do to tackle it, but we'll have to actually go and do it. Also see whether or not people want to participate to see if we can fix that up. You'll need advice on team build for 11.3 probably. That's 100% reasonable, and why the Kleeful Collective exists. Ow, ow, no burning. I do not like burning. Burning bad. Chest. And bring in the right shields. Understandable. You can do the first half of 115, the second half is scuffed AF. Yep, 100%. My second half was scuffed AF. Bennett is not happy there. However, I hope ganyu can fix that. Which is part of the reason why I'm still thinking about using Blackcliff, just because those things exist and I can kill a bunch of them. And just get stacks, and that just makes her do a lot more damage, because if she gets 3 stacks, she just does ridiculous amounts of damage. I'm pretty sure like an R3 or an R4 Blackcliff on like 3 stacks is 5-star level. Though, technically with her, Amos is just stupid broken. So, Hello, Winter Knight. Hello, Raz Daniel. How are you both doing today? Thank you very much for the follow, Abnormal Pokemon. It's greatly appreciated. And again with you, Raz Daniel. Thank you very much for the follow. It's greatly appreciated. Okay. Use Bennett Ganyu Diluc for Geo Guy, basically only. Fischl on first half. Diluc is still a baby. I'd say your Diluc's probably like a young child. I don't think anyone has a Diluc as baby as my Diluc. I mean, Winter Knight, if you had Klee or Overload, so long as you run Overload, you should be fine. Oh, mine's level 20. Ow. You have a level 20 Diluc. Okay, so we have equally baby Dilucs. Diluc, I'm baby. Yeah. Very sad that you got Diluc instead of Albedo. Understandable. I got Kaching instead of Albedo. And then the madman Saru made me roll more, and then I got Albedo in like the next 10 rolls. So like I'll take it. But then rolling for Ganyu, I got another Kaching. So I have a C1 Kaching sitting around at level 20 doing nothing and never will do anything. You went for C1 and got Chi-Chi. Oh, rip. I mean, it's your first Chi-Chi? Okay, reasonable. Which color Seelie? Red. Red. pink is just another shade of red. Okay, so not this direction, it's this direction that we're going. Pink looks good on Hu Tao. Her aesthetic is very meh. Okay, we've got a co-op challenge! Razor who? Ha, exactly. Hey, I mean,
Cleo is afraid.
Chi-Chi is very capable in terms of DPS.
Looking lizards. Want me to show it to
Oh yeah, we're going to definitely get some kick-ass designs within Inazuma. We better. Or I'll riot. This is the hard co-op event. Yeah.
These bombs so heavy. By royal decree.
Yeah, I'm probably not getting this one. I don't have Venti.
Goodness gracious.
I'm not getting that one off that. Okay, how do I get this time? Team building time! Chi-Chi, thank you SRV for the follow. It's greatly appreciated. Chi-Chi has one of the lower MVs a second on her autos, but that doesn't necessarily mean she's bad. It's just she's not as good. And that's entirely where everyone is like, I heard they're bad. It's like, nothing in this game is bad. If Lisa, Amber, and Chi-Chi can work as damage units and function properly, if albeit reduced value over what other units are potentially capable of bringing to that role, then anyone can do basically anything, apart from very specific niche cases. Well, what? Chi-Chi switches hands with her sword on her third auto. I don't know, I don't have her, so I haven't been able to look at her combo. That's kind of neat to know. We're gonna want Beidou, no, not Razor, Beidou for Beidou alt. We don't want Xingqiu, because Xingqiu is useless, so Venti.
Compose myself.
And then, do we bring Klee? Or do we bring Albedo? I think we bring Klee.
Time for takeoff. Adventure time.
Ha ha! Sorry, that might have been a bit loud. I saw it once and then I conquered. You got a Skyward Pride and can only use it on Razor? I mean, you can use it on other characters. It doesn't have to be Razor. Unless you're saying Razor's your only Claymore, in which case, RIP. RIP. Easy. GG. I have no idea what you guys mean by this was the hard one. But in truth, yeah, I 100% see why people could have difficulty with this if they don't have the right team members or can't just spam. Can I explain why Beidou? Why Beidou for what? For this particular one? Because her ultimate's ridiculous. Beidou's just really good. So Beidou's ultimate bounces between things, okay? So it's really good at you smack a thing, and then all three get hit with an element of lightning for shield break. Which means I can very easily constantly maintain shield break on all three of them at once.
Explosion inside city wall. Grounded be thy woe.
Also, it just does a really big amount of damage.
Can be dreadful.
Nope.
Monster be born.
It's also for the Superconduct, because Superconduct is also removed by Electro. Electro's just really good there. It's just, you really want her ultimate for the application removal. I deliver pizza! Are you here to deliver me pizza? No, I just kid. I just kid. Thank you very much for the follow. It's greatly appreciated. Welcome to the Cleeful crew. Well, you could say Noelle comps are not boring. It's like, they're only as boring as Noelle is. Hello. Exactly. Hello. Beidou because Beidou good. Beidou is Bay. That's entirely what it is Beidou is Bay. Like, she's the character I invested in, and I kind of begrudgingly... When I first saw the game coming out, I decided she was going to be the character that I wanted to reroll for. But then I saw how she played numerically wise with auto attacks and was like, I don't really want to play her, even though I luckily got her without rerolling. But then I really started to look at her numbers and they were really big. But I didn't really need an Electro at the time because Fischl existed. Did you see the co-op challenge, by the way? Which co-op challenge? If you're talking about the one I just completely shattered, then yes? But, like, once I saw her numbers, she was really good, but I already had C6 Fischl, so there was no need to build her. So I was like, well, what am I going to do? Then I pulled Gravestone and was like, you know what? It's either Diluc or Beidou. So I picked Beidou, and I am so glad I did. She is so fun. Maybe Sayo will be an emo-focused Claymore will really want Pride? Possibly. If you're talking about the Abyss Wage, yeah, I already did it. I saw it once with the team I walked into it, which was not the team you walk in to fight it with. Picked a new team and then one-tried it. Solo. So, like, It was nice. I like those. Probably would have been tougher if they had Pyro, Hydro, and Cryo all at once. Party setup back to the guy. I don't need the other guys right now because this does not net me stuff. Would Pride be that good for ability spamming? Yes, Pride is huge for ability spamming. Why Fischl better than Beidou? It's not necessarily Fischl's better than Beidou. Fischl's more consistent than Beidou. If you aren't constantly Eing, you're not going to get ultimate off with Beidou. Beidou, a lot of her damage is locked behind full counters and ultimates. And that's not necessarily the case, Ramen. She's the most consistent at it. Like Fischl, you put her C6E out and she gets application. You don't have to worry about landing proper swap parries. You don't have to worry about getting the ult with uptimes, which means you have to deal with having a lot of ER. And Wolf Gravestone does not benefit you for having a lot of ER. It's just she's more consistent at what she does, and pairs better in a Venti ult, because you have Fischl A4, which does a sizable chunk of damage over time. But now that I have both of them, I put them equal to each other, they're just different use cases. I don't think I have a Link auto ban set. Try posting a link. If you did and it didn't go through, let me know and I'll check it. I need to go get a water. Who would you run for 11-3? Okay, team stuff.
Follow me out.
11-3. Phase 1 is Fatui. I can't remember which elements. Floor 2, Chamber 2 is the difficult one. Wait, did I just see Super Robot Wars? Oh, sorry. I need to. Wait, for PS2. Is that the one with Excellent? If that's the one with Excellent, I played that for the GBA. I played that for GBA. I played that on the Game Boy. I played the official translated one. No, not necessarily Breaker and... Oh, it's a remake for the PS2. Neat. So, Doggy, so... Water, Electro, and Geo Second Wave. Okay. Klee, you're adorable. We'll talk to you in a minute. So it's all the shit, it's all the stuff you didn't get on GBA? Oh, that's neat. I still played it on GBA and absolutely adored it. Been a fan of the series ever since, though I haven't ever completed one ever since original generation. But, is Beta only better in terms of breaking shield? It's not she's better in terms of breaking shield, she was better in terms of breaking that many shields in that specific spot. Let's see. Yeah, Super Robot Wars is not a Gundam robot. It's essentially the originality of the system was Gundam and Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann and Neon Genesis Evangelion and the other Gundams and Full Metal Panic and throwing them all into one thing. Based off of what I'm seeing here, you're probably going to want Venti on the second team, Sucrose on the first, if you have them geared up properly. I would probably go Venti, Bennett, Ganyu, something else on team 2. And for team 1, get up your Chi-Chi or Diona and use Chi-Chi or Diona or both. Diluc, Klee, and then another healer or something like that. It's basically Mecha Smash, the originals, in the Super Robot Wars series. Super Robot Wars OG is the spin-off of the series that is entirely original mecha. It doesn't have anything from Gundam or anything else in it. Honestly, I still think I like OG the most, just because I feel the plotline has the most solidity behind it. Like, the storylines get kind of convoluted once you have, and kind of really nothing exists in semblance of plotline once you have Gundam Wing and Seed and Fighter Z and the Yamato anime, all of it in one. Does Chi-Chi cleans like Diona? No, I don't think so. I was even ignoring that. I was more focusing on just kits that allow you to do damage regardless of if you have their ultimates up or not. And then the team with Venti, you have Bennett to help kind of deal with that. But you want to make sure when you go into 11-3, Venti immediately has ultimate to deal with the two Sinsen mages. The moment you have the two Sinsen mages up in the air, after a Pyro ultimate from Bennett, you go Pyro ultimate Bennett, Venti ultimate, you get them in the air, you get a Pyro swirl, you start flinging in ganyu stuff, you should be able to out DPS it and not have to worry too much about having energy issues because they will never be there to apply Electro to you. Note, the moment you let them start laying down a bunch of Electros on the floor, you can't really put Bennett ult down ever, and you're basically stuck kiting them for days. So, having a really good ganyu will really help on that particular aspect of that particular floor. But that's just my opinion based on what you have. You could do completely different stuff and still make it work. What I say might not work. But that's, in theory, in my head, what I would next try out, personally. Oh, hey, more treasure. Treasure! Treasure! One more. Need to find one more. Second half suggestion was ganyu, Venti, Bennett, and then a fourth. I don't know if you want to go Jingcho. I don't know if you want to throw another cryo in there. I don't know if you want to throw another pyro. It's all up to you. Thank you, Eric's. Thank you, Siakluax. I can never tell if they're I's or L's because the font on this program is ridiculous. Before, are you interested in speculating on Xiao comps? Curious if I have any thoughts? I'm not entirely sure whether you're going to be heavily swirling with him or not. But if you are, like I think you are, you're probably looking at just any kind of swirling that does a whole whack ton of damage. So you're looking at deployable abilities that you can then swirl and maintain a lot of DPS with the swirling. So we're looking at Jingcho, we're looking at Fischl. Honestly, I could see him potentially being amazing with just official Jingcho and then like a Gene or something to give more energy gen, if he has energy gen issues. And just running him as like an Anemo DPS where you're just proccing swirls left, right, and center. You're not going to build off the swirls, but you're going to utilize the swirls to help your DPS. But that's the only thing I can speculate. I can't say anything about whether it'll be true or not, because we have no idea what the kit's going to be when he launches. You need to rejig your strats. Yeah, like I was saying, use Chi-Chi or Diona for that particular floor. Especially Diona, if you can get her E to aim properly, it can two-shot if you get it. He lep. He is a leprechaun. He lep everywhere. He's also short, like a leprechaun. He's not a... He's a lep. He leps everywhere, so he is a leprechaun. Do you think it's worth it to enhance Viridescent past 80 to /90? If you have no other place to throw your weapon experience, yes. 100%. That takes up way too much. I need Mora first. Grab me my Mora. And grab me my two of those. Is that it? Oh, wrong button. Oh, wait. Resin, I'm capped. Uh-oh. I need money. Go get money! I guess you finally have a use for your flute? Yeah, I guess you do. I'm currently trying to decide which weapon I'm going to give to my Gene. Because I have access to the flute, I have access to Rancor, I have access to Lion's Roar, and I have access to Black Sword. none of which are really occupied on any one particular character. I also have Favonia's sword, which also isn't fixed on a character. So I've got 5 different swords to choose from for her. If I wanted to use her as a main auto-attacking DPS, I'd also have Skyward's sword, but that's on someone else. Festering's on Bennett, and it isn't moving anywhere. Festering's on Bennett, and it will never leave him. Ever. I don't see it ever leaving him because I'm not leveling a Chongyun to make Iron Sting worth leveling.
Think you can get away?
That does not help me at all.
Brace yourself. Would it gliding be fast? Brace yourself. Think you can get away?
Die. No Aquila? Nope, no Aquila. So he says... You like Festering for Jean? Yeah. Think Death March would be good on Xiao? Possible. You could probably add a recommended artifact section to your page for Constellation tier list on. I don't necessarily think so, because my Constellation tier list isn't a tier list of the character's level at that constellation. It's a tier list of that particular constellation. So, like, a character can have an S-level constellation and be Amber tier. It's an amazing constellation. It's incredibly powerful, but the character is the worst character in the game. What about Skyward for Bennett? No. Skyward's on Xingqiu because he needs it, because no sack sword. But if I did get Aquila or sack sword, and I got a high enough refinement of sack sword, I might look into swapping things around. So, you really want to play with new characters? Do I think it's worth it to spend money in the game to get those characters? That is entirely up to you. I will never, ever tell someone it is or is not worth it to spend money on the game to buy a character. No Favonius for XQ? I wouldn't use Fav for XQ. I would rather use the one with a higher energy gen. Like, my personal recommendation, see how much fun you're finding the game. Come up with a structure that makes sense to you as to how much you spend in the game versus how much it gives you back. Like, if there's that one character you want, like I wanted with Ganyu, throw as much as you're willing to throw in for that particular one character. If you're just trying to get the new characters, so you always have someone to use, come up with something that's reasonable.
The world is yours. Strike them with your glow.
Like, if you've been fine as a free-to-play, it's okay to throw some money at the game if you want, but I'm not going to tell you to throw money at the game, or I'm not going to tell you not to. The most I will tell you to is whether or not a character is worth pulling for, and most characters, if you like them, are worth pulling for because you like them. I pulled for Ganyu, I pulled for Diona because I liked her as a character. I like the whole backstory and the whole troubled past that she has. And the fact she's a bartender was also really cool. And then she turned out to be really good for Diona. Ganyu, the same thing. I wanted her since she showed up. Just the character aesthetic, the whole is like half like immortal godly thing, but is constantly mingling with the humans and is a massive workaholic, mainly because she has nothing else to do. But yeah, if you're spending money, first things first, Battle Pass and Monthly Pass are well worth the money. You got Zhongli and Klee. I mean, Zhongli I can understand, but Klee... You're talking to the wrong person about not wanting Klee. To be completely honest with you. But, like, that's about it. On that front. You can't play Klee well? I don't play Klee well. I'm a really bad Klee main. I play her because I like her. Hey, don't let that stop me from using her. I'm bad. Like, the only thing I can do is this. That's the only thing I can do. Like, in combat, I never remember to really use the jump cancels. Florencia, how are you doing today? Thank you very much for showing up. This game is barely half a year old. Wait, is Genshin's not 6 months old yet? Genshin can't be 6 months old yet. We should be like a quarter of a year in. We're like, what, 3? 4 months? Are Klee's animation cancels hard? Like most of the important ones, just take a bit of practice. They're not too hard, and I'm coming from someone who has some nerve damage, but at the same time, I also have focus issues, so in combat, I half the time remember to use them. 3 months and a half, 4 months? Yeah, we're around there. I was going like 6 months? Where the hell did the time fly? Because I've been content creating for, what, about a month now? Well, streaming for longer than that, but YouTubing for about a month now. I started like 3 months into the stuff. Yeah, we're still in the infancy of this game. This game is still little baby. Considering I used to play other games that were a lot longer. Final Fantasy Brave Exvius since the beginning. Final Fantasy Brave Exvius launched in 2015. I stopped playing 2019. I played that game for 4 years. Oh, Inuyasha, 100% power creep is going to happen. It's going to happen. Why? Because they're just going to come up with new unique abilities, there's going to be new unique formulas and power creeps, there's going to be new combinations. And even then, it's not going to matter too much, because they're not going to completely power creep it and then make an entire unit unviable. It's going to be they'll launch a new unit. That's just a better pyro applicator, and all of a sudden, Ganyu's capable of 30% more DPS. On top of the fact that it's not a matter of, is power creep going to be a thing? How do they alleviate the issues with power creep? Played and wailed a bit on FFBE for 2 years. I did it for 4 years, and I put a little too much into it. I think at the end of the day, I came out of it 4 years and like almost $4,000 in it, and I regret half of it. Oh, that's where the hypostatic is. The Hippocratic Oath. Whatever the hell it's called. They need to sell you units and it'll eventually run out of purely unique power playstyles. Power creep has to be a thing. It's notorious for not fixing it. And you don't like that it's happening this soon. But see, the thing is it hasn't happened yet. Ganyu hasn't power crept the game. Ganyu, I don't know if I actually put this at the end of the video, I can't remember, but one of the things that I wanted to say but didn't have time or couldn't say it right, Ganyu did a thing where Ganyu, in her current, Ganyu's potential power creeps the game, but Ganyu can't reach her potential because there are no units in the game that are capable of enabling her potential without amazing gameplay. Venti isn't power creeped. See, the thing is Ganyu would break Venti if Ganyu could melt every single charged attack plus her ultimate. But she can't. We don't have a pyro applicator that's capable of that. And we won't for a while. Not Hu Tao. Hu Tao will not be capable of that, I guarantee you this. I will call it now. Mark the date. Mark the time. Hu Tao will not enable Ganyu melt. How is she with Bolide? If you have Zhongli, probably amazing. I don't, so I haven't even bothered testing.
Nowadays, there's nothing I wouldn't do for you.
For you, ooh, 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 ooh.
Fly your breath in open sky. It's not what we know.
See, the thing is they can power creep the game and not power creep Venti, because Venti's a conglomeration of too many things to be called yes or no in terms of power creep.
It's what we choose to be. I've never been so ready. Fly your breath in open sky.
Everybody stand back!
It's not what we know. It's where we go.
Die. Thank you. Oh no, I know I forgot to do something. Hopefully they don't have to be done in a row. See, like Osser, I don't count that as existing because her ult lasts 15 seconds, and that gives you a total of 4 seconds. That's 2 charged shots. That's not enabling her. That's not even close to enabling her. He does. That doesn't count. To enable means you need to reach a certain overall threshold. Being able to support 100% for 4 seconds doesn't matter when you have a total range that you need to look at 15 seconds. XL's capable of doing more because you're capable of getting most of the charge shots if you're good. If you're good with her ult, spacing her ult and her E, you can melt 60 to 70% of her charge shots. In a good day. In a bad day, it's probably closer to 50%, if not less. But like, melting 60 or 70% of them is still a massive DPS spike. It's huge. It's not in a row. Okay, that's good to know. Here? Oh, it's here again. Pulling on Ganyu to get XQ, that's 100% reasonable. This banner has probably been the most consistent banner from power level of every unit. Like, there was the Albedo banner, where Albedo was good, but he was not a must-pull, so a bunch of people could look at him and just go like, I don't want him. But Bennett was on the banner, so it was a really difficult choice. Okay, and that's 2 of them done.
Off we go.
But like this banner, there's not a single unit on this banner that I have an issue with. I missed. That sucks. Oh, knew I should stop showing up if you max out the tree? Huh, neat. Good to know. C4 Beto? C4 Beto. I was hoping she'd be on this banner so I could have C6, but no. I'm a Beto C4. Speaking of, this is my Beto. Welcome to my Beto, who has a lot of stuff on her. She's got a lot of love put into her. With, decent talent investment, I would say. Speaking of, I could go more, but like, eh.
No one's joined me on an adventure in ages. Come on.
Even if Ganyu wasn't that OP, people would still would have pulled. Like, I was gonna pull regardless. And like, she's an OP. She is effectively around Diluc or Klee level. Maybe a little bit higher, maybe a little bit lower, depending on how well you're capable of playing each of the characters.
Adventure time.
But like, she's not overpowering them because we don't have the team comps to enable that level of overpowering.
Everybody stand.
Miscalculated.
Nothing's hard, everything is easy.
You now have something to deal with Hammer Boys? 100% reasonable. But you already did. I'm pretty sure you had... I'm pretty sure you had Ganyu?
Adventure, everybody stand back. Adventure time.
You got Ganyu now, and she's C2? Oh, ooh. All you need is a couple cryo slimes or flowers, and Ganyu isn't even close to better anymore. It's not like Ganyu has completely eliminated... No, I'm not saying she would have ever deleted them. You will never have a character delete someone else from the game because multiple elements exist. You can easily defeat that element by just throwing enemies that are resistant or immune to that element onto the thing. What I meant is that she doesn't quite beat them in terms of who has the best DPS in the game. He has a sort of Ash Ketchum vibe to him, yes. Up there, it's up there. I think he was talking about more in terms of like power levels or stuff like that, and it's like, eh. Even if she was capable of her 60%, all it would mean is that she now has the highest potential DPS cap in the game, but even then she's not perfect at it. Like right now, the skill level needed to reach that is so ridiculously high, nobody effectively considers it possible. And they're different playstyles.
Brace yourself.
FGO is kind of in a unique place though, Saru. It's more you gotta know how you manage all your stuff in it, and so long as you know how to deal with all that stuff, you're good to go. And there's my final wish. As long as they don't add ranking challenges, I'd be okay if they add ranking challenges to an extent. to an extent, so long as the rewards for them are fair, reasonable, and not exclusive. Like, to me, I hate how they put games put premium currency behind rankings, because then the people who spend money for premium currency are the ones who get the more premium currency, because that's just inherently what's going to happen. If they put other rewards, like just experience tokens or stuff that you don't necessarily need in massive quantities, like if they just made it so that you could level more units, that'd be fine. I'm really liking this mix. I need to check ganyu talents. I have money. I have money. Aha! That's a ridiculous set of numbers right there. If ranking challenges happens, I hope it's like the gliding challenge where DPS does not matter much at all. Kinda do, kinda don't. I would like some kind of challenge where people get to test their DPS capabilities with each other, because it'll be interesting to see. I just hope that it's more, if you place within the top 100, you get one tier, and then top 1000 gets the next tier kind of stuff, and it's not like leaderboards, and if you don't get in the top 10, you get jack all.
You've heard that all I do is obsess about you. But if only you could see
Imagine if the rewards were fragile resin, though.
that we are meant to be.
Doing the Anemo hypostasis and seeing approximately 30% crit today on your ganyu was great. Ha.
You're like a river in the dark.
Honestly, how I can see them doing it
Damn, you're right.
is having DPS tiers. So it doesn't matter how many players hit a DPS tier. So how I can see them doing it well is they'll have different DPS tiers. Let's say you have this thing that you have to kill in a certain amount of time, and you've got 2 minutes, a minute and 50 seconds, a minute and 40 seconds, a minute and 30 seconds, and a minute and 20 seconds. Or let's say you have scores, and your scores are 30,000, 40,000, 50,000, 60,000. Those are your 4 tiers. So long as you hit each one of those tiers, you get the next, you get that tier of rewards. And then beyond that, they might give a bonus incentive to like the top 100 players or the top 1,000 players. That makes sense. So long as they have a tier system where you don't lose out on rewards just because you're not as good as other people and thus you get bumped down the leaderboard, but instead it's like you get a leaderboard, but you also just get where your current progress is, I can get behind those.
My eyes are set on you.
Because I've seen that done before on a bunch of games.
Through the fields of young romance.
Okay,
Skies with an
weekly mission. Click.
we head over heels, filled with dreams.
We're head over heels, apparently. Only time will tell. Yes, 100%. Only time will tell.
Everything, just when I need you. You set sail and navigate. But when I need you, you lift me up till we levitate.
I also have not done that, so we're gonna have to wait and see.
You're mesmerizing, hypnotizing. My eyes are set on you.
The vibrations under your feet are not the portents of an earthquake, but rather that of a raging thunderstorm. Unlike normal electrohypostasis, this creature possesses special amethyst prisms. These prisms are activated by electro damage. Once activated, they will deal continuous AoE electro damage to nearby characters. They can be shut off using elemental reactions. These characters will deal 20% bonus damage during the following challenge.
Can you tell me where to start? I need someone to empty this heart.
What are all these things?
Action now would help. Let me give you a piece of it by
Opponent's attack increased.
larger ain't bolder, and wiser ain't older. Just hold on to what you believe in.
I'll stick with this. I have no idea. All I know is we're going up against Electro Slime.
We keep on dancing. Yes, we've traveled far, seen so many dark.
Ganyu's getting buffed. Zhongling's getting buffed.
Nevertheless, a caress. So let me give you a
The
part.
hunt begins.
She said,
You need about 2,900 points per day to get all the rewards. I think I'm going to do a little better than that if this works out.
wiser ain't older.
Just checkmark all the thingies and then don't get hit. Is this a one-time thing, or can you try this multiple times and try and get a high score?
Everything changes, and so must we.
Multiple? Cool.
Just stay true to what you believe.
And it's co-op? Oh. Neat. Well, we're going to see how badly I'm going to get my face kicked in.
You should spread your wings. Take off and start new. What if I don't want to?
Adventure time. Off we go.
Oh. Well, that was new.
Nice and spicy. No touching. Next on the agenda. Diana Special! Born of ice and frost. Nice and spicy. For Rex Lapis. Go in! Nice and spicy. We're way behind schedule.
It's all for you. It's all for you. It's all for you. I did it all for you. It's all for you.
Look at you! Roba, get them! Everybody stand! Your toes! No touching! Next on the agenda.
Ow, wham! Solo no food. Challenge 1350. Apparently I got 1350? What do you need to do to 4K? Huh. Oh, just checkmark all the things to 4K. Oh. So you need a lot of DPS too. So you gotta do like that, 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 that.
Don't cover me, babe. Your shadow's hanging over me. Read on me,
4K or bust.
read on me.
Well, I'm not gonna get it. I can guarantee you that right now.
Don't lay yourself on
100%. I don't know what the moves do.
want us to stop,
He seems to be healing in the middle of combat.
and I'm not your friend. No, when everything's been said and everything's been done, I'll be down the street, all passed out on rum. 'Cause I'm trying to forget you. I'm trying to forget.
I'm definitely not bringing ganyu.
Ta-da! Clee's here!
Don't cover me, babe. Your shadow's hanging over me. Read on me.
May knowledge guide you.
And don't cover me, babe. Don't fill me with this false charades. I can't do this anymore.
Use food? Oh yeah, that's right. He can use food. Which means I need to go cooking. I'll be right back.
Everything's been done.
Let's go cooking. I haven't cooked food in weeks. And I'm also out of water. Ugh. You've not really played in a week and it sucks? Yeah, I can see that sucking. Insulation. And what am I missing here? I am missing ham. Cook 2 of them. Okay. I can buy ham from the lady besides the oven. I remembered that. Yep. I need healing item. Thank you very much for the follow, Uanyu. God damn it, why did they all have the same buff? Bonus 6? Okay, I'll take it. He has one move I gotta learn, which is probably the one where he's in the air. I have no idea how to deal with that. Like, do you shoot it with an arrow? Come on, give me 2. Give me 2. Please 2? Aw, oh well. That should be enough to attempt, at least. Well, we'll give it a try. Oh, so you can get rid of it by shooting it. Okay. My ganyu also is really crap. I have no good weapons for her right now. So, like, going with ganyu is not the plan. It's not the play here. Inventory. And this is the party setup I'm going with. I should eat the food outside or inside? I'll see if I can eat it inside. I can always leave. There, 4K. I do not want that elemental skill thing. It's 4K. It counts. Oh, I should equip that. Munch. 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 And you're gonna do your stupid attack thing. And that took up way too much time. Come on. Spend time on the ground, please.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let me leave you with rain outlines your.
Come on, get back on the ground. Quit being a little wimp.
Dumpy, dumpy.
Not so close. You're
Yes, thank you. Ouch, that hurt.
no have the right.
Yeah, I don't think I got it quite yet.
Isn't yours not as
Everybody stand.
Nope. Those hurt way too much. This is not the play team-wise. Nope.
once for
Time-wise, that's where my limit is.
I'm not your possession. No, I am mine and only mine. So don't cover my shine.
And the fact is, what I dislike is when you leave these, they remain dead. Why do they remain dead? Like, when you leave the abyss, why is something killed in the abyss dead outside of the abyss? Oh, when you get revived when you go back in. Well, why don't they revive you when you go out? XQ's not the play here. So no XQ.
My thing is my time. Now step aside. Don't cover my shine. My thing is my time.
What are you cheering at, Cabo? What are you cheering at? What are you yelling yes and no at? Me going all in? Until I can complete it without it, I'm not even going to attempt to complete it with it. I'm not going to attempt to complete it with it, because if I can't complete it without it, how the hell am I going to complete it with it? Honestly, the only ways I can see this being relatively easy is if I utilize her after I get her ridiculously stacked. Beto Blooms? Beto Blooms are also really low. I haven't had the time to invest into him. They're like 1 to 2k each. Venti ganyu Mona Klee. I mean, technically? But like, what does Venti bring? What does Venti bring to the table? My ganyu is also incredibly undergeared. Ganyu is not great yet. Level 40 3-star weapon does not do me any favors. I'd love to bring Fischl, but not Fischl.
This is how it must be.
Mona's probably the play? Hello, Wonder. Hello. I have an idea. Yeah, I'm gonna wind up saving them. Don't you dare. Thank you. That started off pretty good. No. God damn it. Does this reach? It does not. Run away! Run away! Run away!
Shadows of Fate is upon you. Teamwork is strength. Blazing delight.
No, not another one, please. I ain't getting it.
My reckoning.
Oh, shit. Ouch.
Wasn't that
Yeah, no. No, 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 no. I just don't have it. I don't know if I have the damage for it. Also sucks that Xiangling just doesn't do as much damage because she's quite uninvested. A lot of my team members are not well invested. Yeah, he is probably the better bet there. Just because I can place his stuff down and I don't have to swap to him. And then there's the bullet hell. XL does have the pyro shred. XL is C6. So she does have that, which is nice. We're gonna try this and see what this does. I don't know, it might work, it might not. We'll have to wait and see. Hello, Ty Sonic. How are you doing today?
Let me scrub.
on, do your thing. That's not the thing I was saying to do.
First forward.
We go, everybody stand written in the star. Blazing delight.
No. Not even close. Zhongling was more damage. See, the thing is I don't think food would make that difference. The DPS windows are way too short for me. Like, I need to get him past half on that one. Like, the food is not that big. And Mona's probably bringing me down because she's also shit. Exactly. No problem, Buex. How are you doing today? Maybe uncheck that crit damage challenge? But then that's not 4K. We're trying to see if it's possible to get 4K or how close I can get. I want to see if it's like, okay, you can get it, you just need to get Zhongling's weapon past 50 out of 50 and her past 60 out of 60. Which is doable. I just haven't had a need to do it yet. Or like, you know, actually invest in ganyu. And then there's also the ER challenge, yeah.
I'll bring my seasonings.
If I just could get myself together, I'm not wasting another minute. If it goes up in flames, I'll take the pain. If I never try to get it, I can just forget it. I'm done playing the waiting game. Coming to be. I'm all done playing the waiting game. Baby, like the stars,
Off we go.
I've been a million miles.
I hit the swat. Fuck off, game.
In my heart,
Jumpy, jumpy, go, jumpy, jumpy.
I don't want to do both, but okay. That works.
coming to be.
I missed that. Stop pushing me everywhere, please. That's not what I wanted to do. Do that. No, not quite enough either.
Everybody stand back.
Coming to be.
Like, I can do 3K, no problem. Yeah, it's legit. I just don't have the damage. That's entirely the case of I just don't have the damage. Anything that can get you off the ground, you can avoid it. But, like, it's just I don't have the damage.
These bombs, so heavy.
See, like, the problem is a lot of my DPS comes from me having built around electro characters. Fischl, Beidou, Lisa. So the fact that I can't bring any of them for DPS windows or outputs is just like smack across the face.
Do you want to come fish blasting with me? I'll get grounded for a whole day, but it's way worth it 'cause
We can farm and try after Ganyu's online. Yeah, I just don't know what weapon I want to use for Ganyu, and I don't want to invest in one before I know. Speaking of which, we aren't going to be doing Ganyu numbers today, despite the title. I am not in the mood for doing numbers after the day I've had. So that'll happen like tomorrow or like a Monday, Tuesday stream. And then we will just start the stream and immediately do nothing but Ganyu numbers, get them done, and then end stream. First things first, get rid of the dailies. So I can actually hand those in for the primos. Oh, no, I've already done it in 300 seconds. And in 180? Oh, I can definitely do it in 182. It's just doing it in the 2 minutes. That it's just I don't have the oomph to do yet. Also, it sucks the fact that none of the characters that I have well built are really DPS built characters. No. Oh, I haven't done the 181, but like, if I'm doing the 180, I'm probably also going to drop one or two more of the requirements. I'll probably drop the HP from 100% to 50%, so I'll do like a 3.7k run and be fine. You got a Pride, and you can use it on Razor, but why would you use Pride on Razor? Is Pride really actually good on Razor? Does crit damage diminish if you have low attack? No, it does. Low attack doesn't diminish what your crit damage does, because your crit damage just boosts whatever your total percentage is. It's just at low attack, whether base or whether attack percent, you might get more value rolling an attack percent roll than you would a crit damage roll. It's like, it's really weird. At like little investment or like 20 substats, it almost all goes into attack percent. But if you got like 25 substat rolls, it all goes into crit, or it depends on where all your rolls are to begin with. Is it possible? Yeah. Am I going to attempt it? I don't need to necessarily right now. See, the thing with that is that one double cooldown basically ruins half my DPS characters. Klee's cooldown becomes 40 seconds. Zhongling's cooldown becomes 24 seconds. I mean, 24 seconds is still relatively manageable considering what uptimes you get on the boss. But still, that's huge. Like, I'd have to switch Zhongling over to Favonius to even have a chance at being remotely good. Gonna have fun with Animo Cube and negative crit rates? Does negative crit rates do anything? Or do you just not crit? In which case, that's fine. Talk to Marjorie. I guess you never crit. I mean, it's gonna be interesting. At the very least, every element you bring to that is going to do a bonus damage from swirls. So like bringing XQ isn't reducing your overall damage. Like full attack build's fine, it's just that once you're full attack, anything in crit has more value. It's just the more you gain crit, the more value crit gains. Once the crit video is out, you'll kind of understand why. Like, early on, or not investing in crit, if you have 0 crit invested in to begin with, just rolling everything into attack is best, in theory, because everyone's just like, what gives the most increase in DPS at this point in time? They don't look to the future where you need crit in order for crit to be good. Oh, full attack in this challenge? Oh yeah, full attack, 100%. Just full DPS. There is no survivability to be had anywhere. I mean, I didn't use an attack this, so I could get like, what, 25% bonus pyro damage? But it's like, meh. Makes a world of difference, so you make me strong. Pretty little thing, you're a diamond in a rough, shining from within. I can tell that you're tough. Ordering a cup of love, feel it rising up and above. You will always keep my heart and soul strong. Plant your seeds and watch them grow. Small beans, take it. Surprise gift. Bonus damage is bonus damage. Every little bit helps. But what I'm saying is 25% isn't enough of a bonus in order for me to get that 1 minute 20. Yeah, definitely wait for the crit video, Thorian, because it's full of useful information. It's just that information is really awkward to parse and portray to people. So if you haven't watched my previous video, I've mentioned I've started the video 5 different times. And I might be half going over what I've already done in order to fix it up a little bit more. Just because it's... Crit is weird. Crit is entirely a stat that you need to invest in order for it to be good, but once you invest in it, it's ridiculously good. Like, you either go all in on it, or you don't really go in on it at all. How is Skyward Pride for Razor or Noelle? Skyward Pride is amazing for Noelle. For Razor, it's fairly good, just you'd prefer Wolf's if you had it. I don't know particularly on him if it necessarily beats out Animus? But I would assume so. R1 to R1. I just don't know like R4 or R5 to R1. Going like R5 Animus to R1 Skyward. Because the Skyward does have a decent passive.
Sometimes we were tight and sometimes oceans apart. Gotta learn just how to move on without you. Move on without you.
Oh, he gifted us a bit of money? How much did he gift us? That's a lot more than I was expecting. C6 Noel, by the way, it is 100% a stat stick. The passive is a nice bonus, and the ER is massive. Like, you can swap off an ER Hourglass if you wanted to. It's not Favonius memes level, but it's really good. It's a stat stick, its passive is really good for her. Like, generally, you have enough defense crammed on her that White Blind isn't necessarily the most amazing thing in the world. So, like, the crit sword, like the BP sword, is better than White Blind for DPS, if you're looking at DPS. So long as you can maintain barrier on her, of course, so that you don't lose stacks. But that's relatively easy to do. Just don't get hit. Oh, what am I doing here? Oh yeah, I was looking at this. Cook dishes. There's level 30, which means I get to buy Battle Pass. Okay, hand in daily commissions, hand in my expeditions.
Add Astra. Add Astra.
Yeah, like if you have Ganyu and C6 Noel, the weapon banner isn't too bad. Yeah, it isn't too bad. It's why I'm actually putting investment into the weapon banner, even though I shouldn't be, and I should be saving. But it'll be fine. But it'll be fine. I don't plan on pulling the next like 4 or 6 banners unless a character really interests me to show up. Or chat makes me pull. And by chat makes me pull, I mean chat pays for the pulls. Money's a bit tight. If you have gone use C6 Noel, yeah, the weapon banner is not too bad. You have C2 Amos, though. C3 Amos is just more DPS. And it is quite late. We've got 30 people. Understandable. People are here for the Ganyu numbers, and I'm not doing them. They don't interest me. I am no longer in a rush to do them, because it's been a week. All the numbers have technically been crunched already. So just me doing my sheet would make it easier to visibly see, or understand, or parse, or however else have you. Oh, new name card, that's right. I needed to change my name card to Klee! New to Twitch here. Do you get anything if I use... Do I get anything if you use the Cleeful credits? No. The Cleeful credits are just the chat interactivity thing. I'm still working on trying to figure out exactly what I want to add to it. And don't use the timeout thing. I'm not honoring it anymore. So if you just want to get rid of your credits, get rid of them that way. It's just, I'm trying to figure out what I want to throw in as rewards for cashing in Cleeful credits. I just don't know quite yet what I want to do. Because there's a bunch of stuff I could do that I'm capable of doing, I just don't have face cam. And I won't be getting face cam till I get a new place to stream from. As my room, which I normally stream from, is probably not stream worthy. With Cleeful credits, you can do that. Definitely. Summon! Nioibo extend! It didn't extend far enough. Ikazo! Jinx has failed me. I do not have enough to 10 pull that.
There'll definitely be something that catches your eye.
Am I close to pity on normal banner? I don't think so. No, I'm like 13, 15 in. I'm 15 in. Weapon banner 6, 12. I am 17 in. Between the two, Amos is probably the better-ish, but C1 is also huge. Like, more resistance reduction is huge. That's big. I might wind up dropping like another $30 at some point in time before the weapon banner goes away to hit pity on it if I don't on free stuff. We'll have to wait and see though. I mean, I could Star Glitter Shop. I'll Star Glitter Shop 10. You hoping to get? I'm hoping to get another 5-star, either Skyward or Amos. 10 roll. No. I give you as much stream of luck as I can give you. Whether that is enough is up to RNG. It is. Amos is big, C1 is big. Hey, I think that's R5 Favbo. That's good. Somewhere. You got a bell, Rip. No luck? Only Fabbo. Oh well. It's something. R1 Pride isn't bad. Pride's good. Pride's got a really good passive if you don't understand how its passive works. It's not going to let me show Pride. But Pride's got a good passive. I believe it's either Elemental Skill or Elemental Burst. I'm pretty sure it's Elemental Burst. You get 8 Echo attacks on your next 8 attacks, and it's huge in terms of total DPS. It's Burst, yeah. I wanted to go inventory. Oh no, it's not I, it's B. I'm getting used to another game. Curses me. Okay, we're gonna throw this in. So first and foremost, R5 Favonius Lance. Hi. I really need to think about whether or not I'm going to throw that on Zhongling in replacement of Skyward's Point. Because, that's a lot of energy generation.
In my father's voice. told me
Oh yeah, that's right, I got this.
he would say I'll be just fine. Yeah, he would tell me we had
And Sucrose finally has an R5 sack book.
a favorite song is on repeat.
Everything would be nice except even the Geocatalyst is good. And I don't know why people call it the Geocatalyst. It's not a Geocatalyst. It doesn't give specifically Geo buffs. You mean Memory of Dust. The Attack Catalyst. Thank you very much for the follow, Frozen Pandas. How are you doing today? And then the next R5 I need to focus on... Is it R5 or is it R4? It might be R4, which is a shame. It gives attack... It gives attack for just attacking. It just boosts the attack when you're shielded.
You told me about the hidden place, something in the atmosphere.
I now have high rank Favonius pieces of equipment, so it's kind of difficult to decide which is which
Time to heal.
for what I want to do. Like Skyward Spine just gives a bunch of good bonus stuff. But energy generation. Funny thing is it's second best on every Catalyst character behind Skyward Book. Skyward Book is just OP. Just hands down, it's OP. What are we going to do? Wish you had Spine? I mean, a lot of people do. I don't know if I want to use it, though. Because R5 Favonius Lance is a lot of energy, and Zhongling needs a lot of energy. Her being able to feed herself an extra X amount when she summons Goba and does like 3 auto attacks to guarantee some energy gen for herself is huge. It's huge. And then sack frags for Sucrose whenever I decide I'm actually going to use Sucrose is also huge. But I can't decide between the two. That's you will learn quickly with me that deciding between things when there's a toss-up between the two is incredibly... 5-star poems might be really nice with the next banner 5 stars. Possible. Fav is definitely the better energy option, which is correct. Do you want to co-op mob farm or something? Oh no, I've got other stuff I've got to do. We have Ice Dungeon to find more pieces for Ganyu. So, I'm going to go take a 5-minute break, go get myself a drink, maybe grab myself a small sandwich or something, and then we're going to get to doing a bunch of other stuff.
Benny's Adventure Team, assemble!
I shall be right back.
From a distance, I can, so beautiful. I can hear you within the silence. Ooh, we will dance away the gloomy days right here. We are silver line, one of a kind, you and me. the silence. Ooh. Full stop. Can't believe I live in your thoughts. I think about you all the time, morning, evening, and midnight. Such a wonderful delight. Forgo, give up everything that I own. Yeah, I'd give it all up now just to be with you somehow. Unexpected love was found. You're the rose in a garden, and it shows if I'm honest. You're the leaves in mid-August, and I've come out here to say that I love you. Ooh, ooh, you, ooh, so slow. Hold you in my arms, won't let go. The world around could pass us by, a thunderstorm, a lightning strike, as we hold each other tight. You're the rose in a garden, and it shows if I'm honest. You're the leaves in mid-August, and I've come out here to say that I love you. Ooh, ooh, you, ooh, ooh, you, ooh, ooh, you, you're the rose in a garden, and it shows if I'm honest. You're the leaves in mid-August.
So I have returned. Let's see. CP Crescent Pike is always a thing. Honestly, I have a feeling with Zhongli buffs that Crescent Pike might not actually be his best auto-attacking weapon. Just due to bonus flat damage on each auto. It's probably either going to be Death March, Black Cliff, or one of the spear, or one of the 5 stars. And I'm not including 5 stars in this. We're looking at 4 stars. We're not considering 5 stars. Because sure, yes, Crescent Pike beats up most 5 stars, but that's just a unique case.
Say, would you like to spend your day with me always? Be brave. We don't need far too much. Just stay brave. Beside me. Happy days. Running on the open field. Yeah.
Yeah, like a 4-star weapon you will eventually get. You are not guaranteed at all to ever get a 5-star. Ever. Especially as free-to-play or light dolphin. Or minnow. Forgetful Wazaria gifting 2 subs. Thank you very much. It's greatly appreciated. Also, thank you very much, Adidia Streams, for the follow. It's greatly appreciated. Hold on. I think... Can I read this? Do I remember my... No, I do not. Thank you very much for the follow, Frozen Panda, and whoever was in between Frozen Panda using the Asiatic symbols. I'm not quite capable of reading your name, but thank you very much for the follow. Deathmatch is the BP one, yes. Now, personally, it's probably either going to be that or Black Cliff, and the big difference is going to be whether that extra crit rate or the extra base attack is going to be better, and then the passives. Also depends on your substats, of course. You're very welcome for being a calm and informative streamer. If you have any questions, do feel free to ask. You'd be correct, Saru. It does scream Zhong to me, too. Long Zhong Dong Gong. Favonius Spear will probably also be very good on him. Murder!
Burst forth. Witness a great undertaking.
Wait, is it already 1.5 weeks left? Are we already halfway into it?
Adventure time.
Jeez.
Everybody stand back. Here we go.
Well, this goes to show how fast time's been flowing for me, not actually paying attention to stuff. Give her all the energy, please. Almost enough. Can I get back from here?
Coming to be.
I wasn't paying attention. I looked at chat. Rip. I don't need ults. Who needs ultimates? I'll do this with just auto attacks with Klee. It'll take 6 minutes, but I'll do it.
I did a lot of bad things. Never did I give.
I mean, it's not bad for Fischl. If you have Venti, Stringless is better on him than Fischl. But then again, that's more because Venti's better than Fischl than anything else. Though he also more benefits from EM. Ew. Maybe, but ew.
And from that moment I knew
Eh.
it was whatever you choose.
Stop giving me DPS Barbara gear. Hunt is great for him with the fall damage tech. Oh yeah, I stream Cabbage. I've streamed since like the 2nd or 3rd week of Genshin. It's been a unique ride. Since I haven't streamed in a while, my viewer base is less, and I also started a lot later than I normally do. But like, I've managed to hit like a peak viewership of 80 when I threw $500 at the game, so... Pog, who would have thought be rich makes people watch you? Gonna build a Hydra set Ganyu? She's great for the event. Har har har. No, if anything, I'm building a cryo set child. There's some heresy you have possibly heard about before. Cryo set child. Ow! Jesus. Ow. Get juggled.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Nice
Burst forward.
going in. Nice and spicy.
Boom. I really like this dungeon, it's fun. Can you proc Riptide on frozen enemies? I believe you can. Riptide doesn't proc on Hydra enemies. It just is a debuff on them that also inflicts Hydra. Makes sense in a nutshell, it is not the worst, but doesn't not need C4 for him though. C4 is when you're using him off field. I'm thinking of building him on field. I'm thinking of building him like a normal child. So that Ganyu's like half there to auto attack, and then half there to charge attack, and then half there to fill in the gaps for child. It's expensive, but it's possible. New quest?
You don't have to be smart.
Huh? Oh, it's 4 o'clock.
No need to dress up.
The Mona Omen freeze tech, I mean, it exists, but at the same time, that means I have to learn a tech. And me plus learning techs does not pan out well. Either I get it and it's fine, or I never get it and it's like, well, why do I even bother?
And the wind blows, and the windows are closing. You let the world know what has been has been. There's no use in looking back, going back. When
Like, could I see it being really good? Yes. Because I've seen how it works, and it's like, it's not unheard of. It's just not quite my cup of tea.
sipping coffee,
I think that's what I'm looking on. Hello, Lua.
gentleman lady. You're a good man, quite the best man.
We're just doing 3 runs today for seeing if we can find a piece for Ganyu.
Everybody stand back!
First point.
Ow! Cunt.
Everybody stand back!
Ah, no.
First point. Moment of birth.
Teamwork is dreamwork!
Ha 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 ha! I just love this dungeon so much. It's so much fun. Because even though it's relatively easy, and you can easily deck it really offensively. Alright, Puck, that was hard. Did Hypostasis challenge with no food buffs? Took me several attempts though. I'll have to do it again to make sure it's not a fluke. It's hard because you have very brief windows of time to do damage, so you really have to maximize DPS. Yeah, I don't think I have the characters stacked with the artifact sets and the artifact stats that I need in order to do it. Like, if I had a 4-piece witch set, level 70 Zhongling with a level 70 Skyward Spine, all of it plus 16, because it's not all plus 16, with equatable other units, it'd probably be possible. It's just my units aren't decked the halls with bells of holly enough. I want something with crit rate as well as crit damage, please. That has potential. How good is Jingcho C6? Jingcho C6 is one of the best C6s in the game. Day 1 is easy with Clea and Bennett. We tried it like 5 times on stream and I can't get it much past half health. I get one good DPS window and I can't clean it in that one good DPS window. Oh, I missed out on using original resin on the day. Oh well. Just, oh well. You can use Adeptus to make it easier? Oh no, I was using Adeptus. I was using the strongest team I could for it, out of the characters I have. I just don't have the DPS. I have not geared my teams well to DPS to favor fighting an electro enemy. As like some of my best invested units Arbedo and Fischl.
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
Arbedo and Fischl are some of my best invested units.
I created another
So, like,
universe.
I'm stuck with this jungling. I mean, it's not the worst jungling in the world, but I could be a lot better with, like, an extra 20 levels on her weapon and another 10 levels on her. And then like upgrade the hourglass, upgrade the helmet. Have I taken a look at her beta stats? No. I've already heard that she's being adjusted by my sources. I'm not going to touch looking at the stats, because looking at the stats and saying she's okay at doing this is not going to pan out later down the line. But we need 2.9k points only per day, so it should be fine. Yeah, I'm probably only going to aim for like 3k points, which I can easily do. Ganyu. This? Not really. New flower? Potentially. All it needs is attack percent or energy recharge. Or crit damage. Any one of those three. Plink, 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 plink. Come on, come on. Hello, Luga227. Thank you very much for the follow. It's greatly appreciated. Very much so. More than you might know. Also, this flower is dead to me. 100% dead to me. I mean, if you have gold rolled, which there's benefits and drawbacks to each set, and it depends on which playstyle you're looking for. Wandering Troop is just a good general set that is always going to be functional, but is mainly there for her when she's melting. You're going to go unconscious. Good night. Have yourself a good night, Shinku. Thank you very much for turning out, as always. Members of the Cleeful crew are the best. Oop. That's a no. That's a no. This right here is like half a no. Enhance, yeah, I want to enhance this next. She needs her extra attack. Like, if you have 4-piece Wandering Troop, and your Wandering Troop has rolled really well, don't go ignoring it just because you could get something better. For fuck's sakes. If you could get something better, like a good or Wandering Troop is good on her. Don't get me wrong, it's amazing. Don't ignore it. If you know what I mean. What do I think the best looking weapon in the game is? Ooh, that's a tough one. Best looking. People that like Skyward Blade, people that like Amos. There are people that like No Question. But you see, I'm not most people. Gravestone, no. Sorry, no. It's okay, but no. Sorry, but no. Not quite. People, let's see. My personal favorite. And this might be my personal favorite design by... It's a relatively close first compared to second. But my favorite design is the Unforged. The Unforged. That's my personal favorite looking weapon. What's the runner-up? The runner-up, in a relatively close second, would be Primordial Jade Wing Spear. Primordial Spear. In terms of looks, yeah, it's missing a character.
Useful tricks. Once you get the taste of it, you lay all them bricks.
Let's swap her flower back over to the +6 because it just gives more HP. And let's see what +12 gives us here. Come on. Crit rate. Crit rate or energy recharge. I think this hourglass is dead to me. Oh, rest in peace. I wasn't even doing this for Wanderers. It was just a good attack piece at the time. Keyword at the time. It was dead a long time ago? No, it wasn't dead. It was the dead moment it rolled off stats twice. Cabbage, I feel that. But I mean, at the same time, I got this. And kind of this. So I've got decent pieces. It's just I only have 2 decent pieces. I ain't gonna trade Goblet to Goblet. No, 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 no. If you're talking about best built unit, he doesn't do the most damage, but it's Bennett. Bennett is my best built. Wait, no, that's why he's not doing as much as I remember him doing. I'm a moron. That's why. But yeah, this is my Bennett flower. This is my Bennett feather. This is my Bennett flower.
Inside out and upside down. No stress, I'ma clean up this mess. Like
This is my Bennett goblet.
first hand me scissors.
Which I want to replace, but I haven't found a good pyro one to replace it with.
Heavy artillery.
Still looking for one.
Justice is my middle name. I'm Alice.
And this is his hat.
Queen of hearts. I'ma call you white roses.
The only thing that kind of sucks on him right now is his hourglass.
Tell King of hearts to honor his fault.
Thank you very much for the follow, Ace. I see you're impressed with my streamer pog rolls. I kid, I only kid. Thank you very much for the follow, it's greatly appreciated. Same to you, Cabbage in the Air. We are 16 away from having to gift 2 gift subs. Well, we'll get there.
Queen of hearts,
I don't know if it can't come fast enough or
call you white
it's coming too fast. I can't decide which one it is yet. Which Seelie did you get? I haven't gotten it yet.
Tell King of hearts
Still have to do it.
to honor his fault. So you can
Which is what we're gonna go do. Huh? Oh. Wait, do you have to use Animo?
Come at the bee.
Oh, for fudge sakes. Fine, Albedo, Venti.
I'm leaving quite early tomorrow morning. Only is what you ask of me. Soon I'll be disguised. Shooting star, I'm without a safety net. Give me a ride
Oh, I need to equip the Seelie.
beyond where the sun sets.
I should do that.
Dear, I'm no longer scared. Girl brings me comfort. Tiptoe destiny.
Why do they never admit? We go.
Shadow play.
Zhongling needs so much energy recharge.
I'm on my way.
Just so much.
Shooting star, I'm without a safety net. Give me a ride. Going far.
Come on, let's go collect those last bits of resources. We're at 120, 240. We got to do like a bunch more of them.
Shooting star, I'm without a safety net. Give me a ride.
There it is.
Going far beyond.
Alright, so like, I believe you could do it with food buffs, but it's not easy and it'd take multiple attempts. But if we're not in the mood to bash our heads against the wall while burning food buffs, See, like, I'm into it, it's just now's not the time, because I don't have the food resources to smash my face against with it with food buffs. I've got 2 more food, attack food, and then it's gone.
Think you can get away?
Pop. Like, my issue isn't that I don't want to do it, my issue is that I don't have the resources to do it. So I want to be sure I have a good chance of getting it while using what limited food I have. Because I just haven't been one who collected food buffs, because I haven't really needed them. So I haven't gone around collecting ingredients or constantly buying the ingredients I need, so I don't have a repertoire of 100 of a particular food or 50 of another. And since we've got like 13 or 14 days for the event, we can make a whole stream of it where we do the next Abyss, we get it all done, Ganyu will be better built, I'll have picked a weapon for her, we'll have done the math for her, and we can do all the different ones and try and like 4,000 as many of them as possible in one stream. So I'll just limit myself to 2 or 3k per, just off stream, and then we can get that extra 1k, that extra do everything, if possible, on as many of them as we can on stream. And it'll be interesting because I'll have to struggle because I don't have whale level resources or whale level investment. Like, if I had 20 or 30 food resources, I'd still be there bashing my face in against it. Because do I think it's possible? Yes, but I would have to get close to the perfect rotation with the current units I have. Also, you know, giving Bennett his attack stuff so that he smacks harder would be a bit more beneficial. Also, like, swapping him off Festering and giving him Skyward so that he does more damage is probably beneficial. By the way, whenever I say beneficial, I'm saying that. Enjoy understanding that. Beneficial. I'm glad you liked it. So this is Venti Impact, Ganyu Impact, or Pyro Impact. This game is just impactful. This game has an impactful meaning to literally anything and everything that exists within it. You just have to know how to fully work around and utilize it in order to maximize its potential. A lot of people look at EC and say it's bad. It's not bad, it's just misunderstood. Same with Overload. Same with Swirl. My stream crashed because my internet is bad. Oof. I'd say get better internet, but I'm in that same boat. My internet is bad. The reason I stream at these hours is because nobody else is awake. So that nobody else is using the internet. My stream hours would change dramatically once I had a new place to stream from, but I'm not going to do that until it makes sense to do so. Okay, so that's resin gone. Ugh. Electro Impact. How I wish my Keck got Lion's Roar refinements than Flute, but it is what it is, 100%. See? You have that dilemma. My dilemma is one of what weapon do I give her? Rose? I'm going with Rose. 100% Rose Seal. It's red. Hello, Viper Smash. Thank you very much for the follow. It's greatly appreciated. 485. Wow. I never thought I'd see the day. But like, do we go Black Sword? Do we go Rancor? Do we go Favonius? Do we go Lion's Roar? Do we go the Flute? Nope. And I rolled and pitied the sack weapon banner. I rolled and pitied the sack weapon banner. And I didn't get a sack sword. You say that, but then XQ doesn't do as much damage. You say that, but my Bennett E's don't do as much. Hey, Seb. I'm sure technically he would benefit a lot from it, especially being Fizz Cup. What do you use Jean for? Nothing yet. She's level 20. What do I plan on using her for? Probably either a battery for Venti or just a nice-to-have cleanser for a floor. So she'll probably be geared up to be used for this set of wave of Abyss stages. To cleans on floor 11. Replace Bennett for her on other stuff. Bennett higher base attacks, Bennett Fischl for the whole team, but it's with the way my Bennett is geared up, it's not that big of a difference. I'm sorry to say. It gives the extra team like an extra 80 it gives the extra team like an extra 50 attack at that. Cuz like you're saying, yeah, give him sack sword over stuff, but we're going like a difference of 532 to 510. I would need to get this up to 90. What do you do when you get C6 Noel and no Zhongling? You build Noel. I don't have that problem because I have all three of them C6. Because I pitied the banner 3.5 times. Or, well, 3.25 times. Or maybe closer to 3 times. But I still pitied the banner multiple times. Need more music. I mean, you like Zhongling more? 100%. Reasonable. If you like her, use her. I'm not telling you not to use her. I'm just saying, if you got one C6 and one C0 and you're just caring about what value they bring, C6 Noel, you're getting more value out of her than you are getting out of Zhongling. And still no sack sword, yeah. It's the one thing I'm never allowed to own in my entire life. Okay, party setup. Let's change this, please.
Time to begin work?
Time to begin work? Probably. Possibly. We'll have to wait and see.
Understood.
Think you can get away?
Come into witness a great undertaking.
Okay. But yeah, like, could I see doing what you were saying, was it Osser? Yeah. I could definitely do what you're saying you're doing to do. Swap who has what swords. Just my current issue is I need to level Favonius, though it is R4, so that really helps. 2, I need to level Skyward to actually make it worth having over Festering Desire. And then 3, then it would make sense to then give Festering to Jean. Definitely. But at the same time, do you always want to give that to her, depending on what comp you're using? Because I assume if you're going really heavy on the support side, attack can also be incredibly viable as a substat. And she's a really good proponent user of Flute. And since I plan on putting her on a Venti team, she can also potentially utilize Lion's Roar, because that bonus damage just applies, because if I'm using Venti and a Jean team, I'm most likely bringing a Pyro to do Pyro-infused swirls. She has the highest EMV in the game. Are you sure about that? I was pretty sure she was second. A Ganyu or a Hu Tao, I think they're both going to be difficult because they're different playstyles that probably don't play well. Hu Tao might play well on phone. Ganyu probably doesn't play well on mobile. Like, have him play around with another arrow character he has with aim shots and see how well he likes it. Because mobile, you have to heavily be capable of utilizing it to make it excel. If you can't utilize her charge shots, she's generally not worth burning that pity over grabbing Zhao, whatever he becomes, or other stuff. Like, I'm pretty sure her E is the second strongest behind Jing Cho, because Jing Cho's is just stupid. Yeah, Jing Cho is 168 plus 191. That's 300 and something. Hers is 292. Now, I will admit she has a much lower cooldown, so she might have the highest E DPS, which is possible. I'm not saying whether she's good or not, because this isn't asking whether she's good or not. It's... Hu Tao is probably going to be good. She's going to be Pyro. She's a Pyro 5-star. She's going to be decently good. Like, there's no doubt she's going to be good. Doesn't mean she's going to be amazing. I'm not saying she's going to be Dilute here. I'm just saying her playstyle might better benefit being a mobile player with how mobile plays, because of how the control scheme works. I haven't used it, so I don't know how Charged Bow plays on mobile. But if it's anything like Controller, ugh. So the attack percent gain is moot. But at that point, now you're utilizing... At that point, you're not talking about substats, because I'm not just looking at substats, I'm also looking at the passives. Which is why I'm thinking maybe not Flute, but Lion's Roar. I mean, the aiming's not that bad. If you've played Fallout 4, the aiming's not that bad. I'm sorry to say, Fallout 4 is pretty bad. Fallout 3 is even worse. There's just a lot going on there. So, like, if you're on mobile, Ganyu is much less of a must-pull, unless they really like the character or are really capable of making the playstyle work on a mobile device, which is entirely just get them to try it. But at the same time, pull what you want. I'm not going to tell you not to pull it because it's on mobile, so it's going to be hard to play. Because as we both know, this game's about having fun. It's PvE!
Next on the agenda.
Everybody stand back!
Haha, melt.
No touching.
There's the numbers that I was looking for.
Teamwork is dreamwork!
First forward.
Young ones come crushing down.
Access to we're way behind schedule.
Ow. Supposed to be targeting... Nah, it doesn't matter. Wham! Ganyu tower defense. I mean, it works. If you don't have archers that can actually just, you know, actually aim. Surprisingly, the archers in this game don't have the worst aim in the world. I haven't played on console, I don't know, but I know on PC, controller just feels jank. Just vertical aiming on controller feels super jank. From like the 2 or 3 minutes I used of it, I tried it, it didn't feel right, and I went away. Also, the fact that select button was B and not A. Who the hell uses B as the select button? Like, that alone tilted me. Well, yeah, it's third-person shooter. They're almost always slightly to the left. It's part of being a third-person shooter. At least this game doesn't have a reticle like freaking Halo ODST did. Rain, the best buff. What? His weapon had cryo infuse? That was neat.
Teamwork is dreamwork!
Access denied.
There we go. This is Slingshot. Yes, it is. It's the only bow that I have that really works with her. What other games do I play? They gave an option to select button switch in 1.2. I'm pretty sure the button switch isn't in depth enough for what I want. Last I checked, I was pretty sure of a button switch. Wasn't what I wanted on controller side, but I'll have to give it another try off stream. Also, my controller's broken, so I'm going to ignore that. What other games do I play? On my spare time, I've been slowly slogging through Cyberpunk, enjoying the hell out of it. What do you mean elemental vision on a mouse buttons? It's middle mouse. It defaults to middle mouse. What are you talking about, KG Beast? Huh? I don't know what you smoking. Oh, side buttons. Ah. You guys have side buttons? Must be nice. Be rich like that. Afford a mouse with side buttons. Here I am, a peasant with just a right and a left button and then a middle wheel. Oh, your middle mouse button is broken. Ouch. That sucks. The middle mouse button has so much utility.
We're way behind schedule. Add Astra, add
Scroll works fine, it's just the button. The button has a lot of functionality you probably just don't utilize. £25 is like what, 40 bucks? 50? CAD to GBP.
It's so nice to de-stress.
45 bucks. Okay, understandable. Okay. Collect stuff. We're gonna go do one of the bosses, burn a fragile resin for it, and hopefully get something good. Like, the only reason I'm not going Crescent, like, Prototype Crescent, is because I only have R1, and R1 to me just isn't worthwhile. If I had, like, R5, well then yes, I'd go for it over Blackcliff or Viridescent Hunt. Ganyu as compared to Klea's main DPS? Different. Honestly, a bit easier, personally, but that's just because it feels like a third-person shooter Dark Souls, which I've played before.
You got me. We are two.
All right, let's go.
Lucky. Emily, your name spells home. Since the day you were born, you have always known when I need you the most. Oh, 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 oh. My best friend got sent my own good fortune.
Oh, I missed. Damn it.
You know you are my double flame whisper, my soulmate sister. Oh, you know you Born of ice and wind. You're just as happy.
Oh. Okay, it can be shot out of the sky. Good to know. I know you can do this and completely avoid that attack. Wham! Oh, wrong click. Generate your ult, Bennett, please. Ulti. Thank you.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Ha 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 ha. Honestly felt clear is easier. Personally, I can see both. I don't, I'm too focused in combat to really notice and utilize all of Klee's cancels properly, even though I know how to do them. So personally, I find Ganyu easier to use because I need to focus less on what the character is doing and more on what the enemy's doing, which is what I normally do. Oh, I'm almost out of fragile resins. I was not aware of that. Cool. Good to know. A claw and a plume and a gladiator's nostalgia and no prototypes. Maybe? Another Pog Glad piece? God damn it, what is my glad luck? Maybe? We'll have to wait and see? Fields of misery. Viva la viva. The corner I'll meet ya. Clink, clink, clink. Oh, that's enough. Come on, poggers. What is it with my gladiator flower luck? Why? Why? Just why? Why? I need to level it now. I already have more than enough glad pieces. Not another one, please. Like, I've got 1, I've got 2, I've got 3, I've got 4, I've got potentially 5. Ugh.
They keep us on speaking terms. We grow and we learn.
But otherwise, that was pretty eventful. Ganyu, even not well invested, it does a lot of damage.
Thank you to life
Good to know.
for giving us end. But when the time is right, there's no wasteland.
Oh yeah, how much cash do I have left? I do not have enough cash left.
Acting like a dog,
I can go collect some more. It won't be enough, but it'll be something.
golden carefree.
There.
Kids having kids, crazy naive. It amazes me
While we're here,
that we did
anyone have any questions? We're gonna do a short AMA. You got any questions? Like once I learned the aiming to the left,
life keeps on moving.
you can snipe something at 100 yards. Yeah, it's 100% what it is. I hate these things.
That we didn't fall apart harder than we did.
Ow. Go away. Not more.
Time for takeoff.
I don't even think you guys get picked up.
Stand back. That's gonna hurt in the morning.
Okay, just use ultimates. But learning the iframes are hard to me, something that makes more sense than other things. Ganyu more like Gon... Are you the guy who went Ganyu more like Gonpu on my video, Ramen? Was that you? Literally the first comment. Ganyu more like Gonpu. Okay, just switched to mobile and tried soloing a domain with charged shot official. Not gonna lie, wasn't that hard. Now granted, that's only for me, but aiming wasn't that hard. That normal? I don't know. I haven't used it. Some people find it natural, other people's don't. That's up to me to decide. Yes, that was you. Okay, good to know. I don't think it's enough. It was you. Wish the dashes worked more like Monster Hunter rolls. Tighter iframes with unlimited rolls over iframes, but with only 2 dashes in a row. Is that really how it is? I never noticed. Ugh. Level up. I'm now broke. Okay, coming in with the big question. Now that Ganyu is released, who is the best DPS? Honest personal opinion, the best. The best. This is quote unquote best DPS in the game, in my opinion, is still Diluc. Does that mean he has the highest possible DPS? No. The reason I call him the best DPS is he has the highest ceiling for amount of investment that is required to get him to that ceiling. B, the amount of skill that is required to get him to that ceiling. He is literally put Jing Cho on your team, press Q, and then go unga bunga. And you're pretty much at his DPS ceiling. I mean, there is some caveats and nuances you need to learn with proper team rotations and stuff, but typically you get XQ, you go unga bunga with the Luke, and you win. That's how it works. Now, in terms of best DPS, in terms of highest damage, Ganyu. Like, Ganyu is the highest possible DPS all on one character. Does that necessarily mean she has the highest potential team DPS? I'm unsure. I haven't seen full team calcs with her yet. I assume since she has such a high DPS, if you fully utilize her with other on-field team members, she potentially can, but we don't have the required team members for her to be able to do so. So I still think Diluc takes it over her, but not out of bigger numbers, but out of a simpler need of getting the numbers. It's just a lot easier to get those numbers as a Diluc than it is as a Klee, as a Keqing, because Keqing just doesn't get quite as big numbers, as a Ganyu, as a Beidou. Beidou is quite possibly one of the highest, in theory, DPS characters in the game, so long as there's a group of 2 or more enemies, and you have permanent ult uptime. Pyro Resonance isn't worth that much, though. I will be frank, it's not worth that much. Beidou, in my opinion, in terms of DPS, Beidou, just in terms of singular character DPS, Beidou has the highest in the game. Apart from possibly solo Ganyu.
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
Just because Cryoset exists. That's the only reason why. But if we're talking solo character, we're looking at Ganyu or Beidou. If you could somehow otherwise feed them permanent ultimates uptimes. Why? Because Beidou in an AoE scenario, her ultimate is literally the most broken thing in the game. What about peak borderline human performance? Ganyu. DPS-wise? DPS-wise comes from getting Tide Collar counters. Because it doesn't look like much, but Tide counter is 231%. Plus 304% for a tier 1 attack. And then plus another 304% for a tier 2 attack. So if you get a perfect counter, or if you tank 2 damaging hits during the hold phase, the counter does 608 plus 231, so that's 839% damage. That is Mona ult DPS every 7.5 seconds. Secondly, Stormbreaker. Lightning damage, 144%. Okay, 144% once a second. But it's not once a second. It normally bounces to 3 enemies, so that's 3 times a second. If you get C2, that's up to 5 bounces, which is 5 times a second. That doesn't seem like much, but 5 times a second, 144%. Okay, multiply that by 5. That's what, 500%? 40 times 5 is 200%, so 220, that's 720% a second. Over 15 seconds. Maybe a little bit less. And this carries to other units, yes, but like the important thing is if we're talking a solo unit just doing their thing, she has one of the highest possible DPS outputs in an AoE scenario in the game, apart from, let's say, potentially Venti in a Venti ult that sucks up minions and stuff, but she doesn't care about suction. So long as they're in a relatively tight-knit group, she just does the damage. You don't need, because Venti ult, the moment you fight a big thing, just doesn't do much, if anything. Do you have to charge her normal attack with her? You don't have to, because you can use her as an off-field. You can use her as a deployer, where she pops in, counters, uses her ultimate when it's up, and you just go to town with other characters. The problem is you need to feed her. She feels kind of meh at C0, but she's not meh at C0. That's the thing, is she's still busted at C0. At C0, she's stronger than Xingqiu C0. All 4 stars are meh at C0. Old Saru and Bennett. Xingqiu. It doesn't have to normal attack. It's, you need normal attacks from whoever's out. Oh, C1 is massive. But you're taking an already amazing character and just elevating him to ridiculously new heights. See, that's the thing. Beidou kind of really wants energy recharge. And by really wants energy recharge, she wants as much of it as possible. Or she wants a C6 Fischl.
I created another universe and founded paradise. For I, Fischl, am the Prinzessin for Earth.
Like, Fischl plus Beidou is ridiculous.
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
Would Skyward be best on slot on Beidou? Yes. Skyward would be best in slot on Beidou. It's why I want Skyward, because then I can replace this thing. See, Jeet, the problem is, for her to properly fund herself, you need to swap counter, and you need to swap counter a lot. Because swap counter, every additional tier of her E gives more energy. It has 3 charge levels. No charge, 1 charge, and 2 charge. No charge drops 2 orbs. 1 charge drops 3 orbs. 2 charge drops 4 orbs. Oh, sorry, particles. But they drop 4 of the things that generate energy for you. So, if she perfect counters every counter, that doubles her energy generation. Swapping with C0 Child? So you swap with C0 Child, that's the thing. What's best in slot for Klee? Weapon-wise, Skyward Atlas, in my opinion. Or Memory of Dust. Both of them work really well. 4-star Widsith if you're good, otherwise Solar Pearl because you're lazy. And then my personal preference is 2 Witch, 2 Gladiator, but 4 Witch or 4 Lava Walkers also works depending on what you do, but they can also fall heavily behind if you're not doing the thing that makes them good. Witch is really 4-piece Witch. Beidou, Fischl, Anemo, Xingqiu is a really strong comp. And for the Anemo, run Sucrose, and Sucrose is your main DPS. Or your pivot. Sack Sword for Beidou? No. If anything, you're going Favonius because you want more. Her countering twice doesn't benefit because you need 2 attacks to hit you in that time to do a double counter. It's a ridiculous amount of DPS, but it's almost never going to happen. Instead, you want Favonius and to land that crit, so you then get all those extra particles. But like, see, the thing with Klee is, if you go 2 Glad, 2 Witch, you'll always be decently good. You'll never be number 1 in slot, but you will always be number 2 or number 3. If you go 4 Witch, and you are vaping or melting, it's probably best in slot, which is great. The moment you aren't vaping or melting, it's probably number 2 or number 3, if not number 4 or worse. Is Beidou forgiving? Beidou's relatively forgiving. It is like 20-ish frames, but the big thing more than her thing being 20 frames is you can just hold it. Like,
Should we really?
Beidou, you can hold. You can hold. Which means if you know they're going to get multiple attacks off and you're not confident on getting the proper timing, just hold it. You just have to get to 2 levels. And if they're attacking you with Pyro or Cryo, you'll almost always, when they hit you with the Pyro or Cryo element, get both stacks at once. Like, honestly, play with her in the overworld, see if you can get used to her and you can like her. She is incredibly powerful, but requires you to play around her or to build teams around using her in order to fund her ultimate properly. Because she typically otherwise wants like 250 to 300% ER, which heavily nerfs what damage she can do. Which is why I typically value Fischl over her, because Fischl, you don't need that. You just use Fischl and Fischl works. Lost Prayer of the Sacred Winds on Klee. I mean, it's better than any of the 5 stars. Better than any of the 4 stars. But unless you're multiplayer... What was I saying? Unless you're multiplayer. We don't have ganyu sheet yet, Dion Yang. We need to make it. It's just a level of... Today was not a good day for me, and I did not feel like doing math, so it's being done next week. Mainly because ganyu mains has already beat me to doing most of the math, so me making my sheet is more of a personal project now rather than a community thing. Because we did not day one it the moment she came out, because I was running on like 2 hours of sleep and had been up for 20 hours. Yay! Smart decisions by yours truly. And there was a swap counter. Skyward Atlas is better, yes, but that doesn't mean it's bad. It's comfy, yes, and if you get towards being close to max, it could make the difference. It really depends on the passive. And the passive does a surprising amount. Wait, it's taunted too? Cool. And counter. Counter. It's good on everyone. It basically, generally, every Catalyst character, typically, that wants a DPS Catalyst, plays the same. Other than Mona, but Mona's a unique case. They play the same, they do a lot of auto attacks, they do a lot of charge attacks, they do a lot of bunch of other stuff, so and they always have stacks and they like being on the field a decent amount. So Memory of Dust is always second in slot. Since Skyward passive passes on to other units, it's best in slot, and then Lost Prayer, because they are swapping if you're playing properly, just never gets its stack, so it's third in slot. And it was the strongest, but I wasn't aware it was that strong. Jesus. What artifact set am I going for Ganyu? I'm going for 4-piece ice set, because I'm not going to bother farming for a wandering troop. So I'm going a cryo set, and I'm either going freeze comp with child, or I'm going mono cryo. Both of which are going to be viable.
I'm always ready.
I had Memory of Dust, but can't get over 50% crit, so you switch to Lost Prayer. See, the thing that a lot of people don't understand is they don't understand exactly how Skyward Atlas works. Even though Skyward Atlas has been stealth nerfed, because it has. I'm pretty sure I am 95% sure it's been stealth nerfed. Which sucks. But it's still pretty good. Thank you, Catastrophe, for the follow. That's greatly appreciated. You be amazing. But Skyward Atlas, 1, increases your elemental damage bonus at all times, which is nice. It's the hardest buff to find, and it's probably one of the only weapons that buffs elemental damage bonus to literally everything you do. And it's on a catalyst, so it buffs literally everything the catalyst character does.
I wish I could be sorry for the things that caused you harm. But nothing I can say or do.
See, the thing is unless you have a lot of crit, the crit chance on Lost Prayer actually isn't worth a lot. That's what people don't understand. It's like, yeah, the more crit you have, the better. And it helps you get to that betterness. But if you don't have the time to farm for artifacts for a lot of crit, you aren't going to go far enough to where it is better. It's nice to have. It's super comfy. But overall DPS increase, maybe not so much. And like, this is coming from a person with a 42 110 cleave.
Heavy.
Like, Lost Prayer would put me up to like 70 110. Or something like that. But what they don't understand, first off, it's elemental damage bonus, which is just free for literally every element in the game, which is good. Klee loves it. Ningguang absolutely adores it, though less so because she already slams herself with Geo percent with her A4, I think it is her passive, that lets her dash through a thing and get more Geo percent. Mona can definitely benefit from it, though she typically prefers Widsith due to the EM buff. I think if you're getting 70, 160 with Lost Prayer, you might be getting close to the point where Lost Prayer makes up for it by just being a crit weapon, but I'd have to specifically run that specific case of whatever your stats are. But, let's see, Ningguang wants it, Klee heavily wants it, Lisa loves to have it. Basically, any DPS catalyst wants to have it. Apart from Sucrose. Sucrose is different. And Mona is different. But otherwise, what I say stands. But the next thing you need to notice. The normal attack hits have a 50% chance to turn to favor of the clouds, which actively seeks out nearby opponents to attack for 15 seconds, dealing 160% damage. What you need to understand is that's not 160% attack damage. Here you go. You get it, and then it's gone. That's 160% attack damage every 2 seconds for 15 seconds. So you get 7 attacks. Lost Prayer is not better on Ning. If you're looking at the Ning main sheet, the Ning main sheet assumes 100% uptime on the buff, which is impossible to do. It is not humanly viable to do. Or, like, you have to be the literal biggest of gods to make it even function. Because of how the buffing works. It's not even if it can get you over 70%, because it's all about a ratio, Yuval. Like, if you have 240% crit damage somehow, then crit chance is incredibly valuable. And then the crit chance weapon is going to get a lot of value. If you have no crit damage, then the crit chance doesn't matter. Even though Xiao is not, yeah, do you think BP Spear or Black Cliff will be better on Xiao? But you need to decide this month. Between the two, I have a feeling Blackcliff is going to be more consistent, but it also depends on what substats on the artifacts you have. So it's really, at that point, they're close enough to each other that it's entirely dependent on, do you need more crit chance or do you need more crit damage? Or do you get another one altogether? We don't know if, let's say, he wants to use, like, what we don't know, and this is me going off topic. Where's my Zhongling? Zhongling! There you are. What we don't know is, will Dragon's Bane be really good on him? Like, if you just bring him with a Pyro character and you bring Dragon's Bane, is that just going to be amazing? We don't know. So, like, Dragon's Bane might be best in slot. It won't be Dragon Spine just because it's physical damage bonus. On Zhao, we might get another welfare weapon. It's possible. I doubt it, but it's possible. It'd be nice if it was a welfare spear, but at the same time, we don't have enough spear users to utilize all the welfare spears. We get Dragon Spine, or another free one. We get a bunch of the prototypes. We got 3 spear wielders once Zhao comes out. We'll have 3. Literally every other weapon in the game has at least 5, I think it is. Or is it 4? Like, we have Sucrose, Mona, Ningguang, Klee, Lisa. There's 5 catalysts. For swords, we have a ton of them. For bows, Venti, Fischl, Amber, Ganyu, Diona. That's 5. For claymores, Beidou, Diluc, Noel, Razor, Chongyun. There's 5. Well, you hit 23k crits with Beidou's perfect parry if you get Fischl set. Yeah, it hits pretty hard. A crit 44, a crit 4-star type 44 spear coming. I mean, it'll be pretty good. It depends on a bunch of stuff. Everyone misses child from the bow list. I was just picking 5 characters from each. There's at least 5 characters in each category, and we have 2 spears. Sure, Zhao will give us a 3rd spear wielder, but we don't need another spear to go with him. We're going to have more... we're going to have so many more spears than spear wielders. And since we're getting Hu Tao's, who's a spear, but she's also 5-star. Then we're getting Rosaria, who's a spear, but who's also going to be 5-star. They're all going to be 5-star. So again, you're not going to have all of them. Unless you're a whale, in which case it doesn't matter. But we don't have him, so we don't know. So I can't tell you which one is better. Oh yeah, I'm calling it now. They are, I'm going to call it now. Rosaria is going to be a 5-star. That's my call. Since they push stuff back, they have to fill in banners they didn't have before, and they are already planning reruns, so they probably don't have enough 5-stars to do all reruns on. So they're probably going to have to release new 5-stars as well, and one of those new 5-stars, since Inazuma got pushed back, can't be an Inazuma 5-star anymore. So they're going to have to make do with the 4-stars they were planning and turn them into 5-stars. Screenshot or it didn't happen, Yuval. But anyways, back to what I was doing. Before we got into the Dragon Spine Shao argument. Discussion. Klee. Weapon. So what makes Skyward Atlas so good? You got a bunch of attack, you got a bunch of elemental damage bonus, and then you have this. It's 160%, it attacks once every 2 seconds, it lasts 15 seconds, so you get 7 attacks. Okay? So if we calculate that, if you get full attacks out of it, because there's enemies around you, it's 160% times 7, that's 1,120%. That's equivocal, over time, of course, to, like, a talent level 13 Zhongli ultimate. Just on a weapon. oh, it'll happen minimum 1.6. Could be 1.7, could be 1.8. We don't know. I'm not going to call which one it is, but it will not happen before 1.6. Sheets. Hey guys, he submitted proof. Avatar name. His Klee has disappeared. Anyway, back to stuff. But like, her E, this weapon, is 160% over time. Oh no, Inazuma was never going to be 1.4. The original plan always was going to be 1.5, but they're doing story changes. And because of those story changes, they're going to have to push it back further. As such, minimum it could be is 1.6. If not farther. Worrying about 6 months later updates is pointless to me? Exactly. I mention it because it's like, don't get your hopes up that Inazuma's around the corner, because it probably isn't. It'll come out when it's ready. If anything, it gives them more time to prep it and make the region as rich as they possibly can. More architecture, more hidden alcoves for us to explore. The more they can enrich it to make us enjoy our time there, the more we will like it once it comes out. Like, I honestly thought potentially 1.4 back when 1.0 was launched. Thinking, oh, Inazuma, 1.4 seems like the right point. And like 1.4, then 1.8, then 2.2. Go every 4 updates, which gives you... That's what? 3, 6, 9... That gives you 12 weeks per major region update. Seems relatively reasonable, but the events have been bigger than I expected. And then a bunch of other stuff. So 5 updates kind of makes sense for me, because that's 15 weeks. And then if they need additional time, 18 weeks or 21 weeks to work on a region. Makes sense. Low-spending players can afford to get high constellations on the original roster of 4 stars? Yeah. You have to call it a night, Ian. Thank you for showing up when you did. Take care, good sir. Greatly appreciate you. Also, Pancake, thank you very much for the follow. I did not hear it come through. But going back to the weapon for one last time, as I said, it's 1,160% if you manage to get the entire DPS of its passive out. And most people are like, yeah, but you have to switch off Klee. The passive stays when you move from Klee to another team member. That's why this weapon is broke. Is you get a ultimate level physical damage passive once every 30 seconds, for free by just attacking, that transfers to other units. Power creep goes hand in hand, and it's like, yeah, technically the old units will be better than the new units, or there will be power creep, but at the same time, what happens if the new unit just does something different that we don't have before?
Time is running out of sight. Lonely wind is passing by. Tries to carry all the whispers that it finds.
And if it doesn't, it doesn't. You're not going to get them at C6. Some people will, some people won't. At that point, it's like I said, don't use a unit because they're good. Use a unit because you like the unit. If a new unit comes out, if Rosaria comes out and she's a 4-star, I say she's a 5-star, but if she's a 4-star and you get her, but you're not going to use her because she's just con 0 when you have a con 4 Diona and a con 3 Chongyun, then you're just playing the game because you got good units. You're not playing the game because you're not using those units because you like them over Rosaria. You're using those units because they're just better than Rosaria at this point, because they don't have... Rosaria is not C3. And that's where you're going to lose out on a bunch of fun in the game. You don't need the most optimal characters. Like, if you want to slam Abyss all the way to, like, 12-3 and get all 9 stars on all of the Abyss, yeah, you kind of need to do that still. I don't care for that. Last section, I didn't even get past floor 11, and I didn't care. It's fun. It's interesting. The less I heavily focus on trying to get as much in the game as possible, the more I can enjoy what I can do and what progress I do make.
Lying awake with the sound of an emptiness you left behind. Trying to sleep, but the silence is haunting this room every night. Oh, I wish the sun.
And as for you, it's fun if you feel like the way I compose the team works well, which makes sense. Turret Ningguang makes sense. That's how you enjoy your gum. That's how you enjoy your game. Which means if Rosaria comes out, and even if she's maybe not as good as Diona or Chongyun, but you can put her in a team that feels really good, even if the overall power level's a little bit lower, you're then still going to get the same level of enjoyment out of it. Like, if Rosaria comes out and she's a 4-star, I'm pulling for her until I get her. I don't care if she's worse than Chongyun. I don't care if she's the worst ice character in the game. I will probably use her. Because I kind of like the design. It's very battle made. And she's got that I don't care, I will stab you through the chest attitude. And then she's probably going to have a relatively stylish moveset, because everyone who's been a spear user so far has. Also, she's a tall adult model, and those are hard to come by in this game. You're a Jinx worshipper / cheap deeps. Honestly, my opinion on his cheap deeps is it kind of makes sense and it's incredibly useful information. I think it's stupid. His don't go past level 60 out of 70 on units ever. Don't go plus 16 on all your units until you got plus 16 on at least 8 characters, if not more, and all that stuff, and just being 100% optimal all the time doing all of that is kind of a bit of a bad message. Because a lot of people are going to look to his content and look to do that because they're being told this stuff. And though they can make decisions on their own at the same point in time, I've met quite a few people who've been following this who feel like they're lacking because they're getting by the skin of their teeth in particular content. And where they could have easily just not invested in a couple of characters and instead invested in the characters they liked. And even if they got less into the game than where they currently were, because they've gotten pretty far compared to where they might have been if they didn't invest as well, they could have enjoyed the characters that they enjoyed the most by making them more capable of what they do. Oh, 100%. All the points he makes are valid. I'm not saying that what he's saying, it does not make sense or is invalid. I'm just saying the way that he goes about it, and my issue with it is more that is the way to play according to how he speaks. And it's like, yeah, his focus is it's a resource management game and he's treating it like a resource management game. But at the same time, it's a PvE game. It's about having fun and doing what you do. And since he doesn't cover that other aspect of the community, he wants to pick ganyu and make ganyu their 90 out of 90 unit when everyone else is 60 out of 70. He doesn't cover what do you do to make the most out of getting that unit to 90 out of 90.
But I am done. Yeah, I'm done. Letting go of all my heavy load. I waited for the moment to unfold. Nobody's gone.
And like, yes, where they always say, play the game how you want, but here's our take on optimal, I 100% agree. My issue with them is not that they don't say that. My issue with them is that nowhere in their content do they ever cover the stuff required for the people who want to not optimal. They don't have anything at all stating stuff about that, period. And they just keep selling what they sell, which makes sense. That's kind of what they're doing. But since there's no reference there whatsoever, people are eventually going to be convinced of doing that if they haven't done it already. And two, for the free-to-plays, yes, you have to be optimal in what you do. But at the same time, you don't have to be perfectly optimal, and the argument is, again, even more valid for free-to-plays, because if they want to heavily invest in a character, Jinx stuff has never told them anything about what to do once you go past 60 out of 70 or plus 16. How do you best invest in that? What piece do you go for first on your artifact sets? How do you go look farming, especially for those extra artifact sets? How do you structure team comps? Like, they haven't even come out with a necessary way of structuring team comps and having a team comp structuring system. They haven't had anything to even come close to matching my system of, like, pivot, chainer, and deployer. The closest that they've come to anything like that is just main DPS and support.
I'm gonna hold the line, and I'm gonna be just fine. Take it as I go. Stronger than
I have to ask, have you ever seen on YouTube or any videos on team building? I mean, the closest I've seen has been mine, which isn't even about it. I don't know why they don't go over it in detail. My explanation flew over your head? Over what? I'll see if I can make it make more sense, because I want to do that. That's the kind of thing that I enjoy, but that's the other thing I want to do is I'm going to put out, is R3 for DPS Melt Bennett? Exclamation mark Bennett with 2 T's and 2 N's, because that's how you spell his name, up here. We'll get you to my sheet, make a copy of it, plug in R3 Iron Sting, R5 Festering, R1 Black Sword, and your substats, and it will tell you what's best. Personal opinion, I would still go Festering. No YouTube video can tell you how you like to play the game 100%. Yeah. Oh. No, I'm planning on re-releasing that kind of stuff in a slightly more detailed video, and it will be the start of, my personal opinion for Bennett, use Festering, or something with energy recharge, because it's nice and he wants it, because you want that ult uptime. But if you're going full melt, For the full melt, you're looking at Iron Sting being better. The problem with Iron Sting is if you ever not use Iron Sting on him, it's not useful on anyone else right now. That's the one problem with the weapon. It's amazing on him, but other than possibly Pyro Kaching, it's useless. It's useful on basically nobody. Over Black Sword, Festering Desire, Lion's Roar, and Flute. Also Prototype Rancor. So Iron Sting probably is the best in slot when you're melting, but Festering is just going to be more useful overall. So use whatever you have leveled. It's more a decision of, are you willing to level Iron Sting and only use Iron Sting on Bennett, because he's the only one to really fully utilize it. Until we get Pyro MC, or another Pyro Sword, or another Cryo Sword. Because not even Kaya can fully utilize it. He's close. I haven't run his numbers, so I'm not quite sure if he can make it work. But he's probably the next closest thing after Bennett to making it work. I need swords for your Kaching and sub DPS Jean. You're lacking swords. No, it's not the passive. It's the elemental mastery. That's where you're getting a lot of the damage. Also, Harbinger of Dawn is definitely something you could look into on, let's say, Jean. Yeah, if you're melting or vaporizing, Elemental Mastery is very strong. It doesn't necessarily always replace attack percent, but it gets up there. I was leveling up. Am I out of drink? I think I'm out of drink again. Oh no.
Tactics, I'm always ready.
Oh no. Ew, really? Only another level? Oof. Hence why I was happy to replace my Diluc with Albedo to make Benny main melt DPS. Makes sense. What next? Oh yeah, I have forged items and need to go forge more. But yeah, going back over once more time. Should I run an EM piece on your Diluc if you're using Serpent Spine? My attack seems a bit low, but Bennett also exists. If you're running Bennett on that team, I would probably throw it in the air of whichever has better substats. Because that's really all it is. Do you have Elemental Mastery substats? 205% if you're using Festering. If you're using DPS Bennett, 205 on Festering is probably more than enough. I'd probably put him at about 170 to 180. But I always prefer to err on the side of having too much over too little. Because too much means you can fuck up somewhere and still get it. Whereas too little means if you fuck up anywhere, now you're screwed. And you have to wait. And that can be bad. But like 205% is a really good number. Mine sits comfortably for a lot of swap capability. So if let's say you're using your Bennett DPS, and I assume you're using Chongyun with him, because you're using him for melt, which means you can gear up your Chongyun and use Chongyun as a sub DPS for that team. That means you don't need Bennett out as much in order to fuel his thing, so you're more capable of doing what swaps you need to do. Okay. But yeah, the next 3 videos planned, finishing up the crit video, and then after the crit video is finished, I have 2 videos of a new series I'm starting called Layman's Terms, which are going to be short 2 to 8-minute at absolute most. 8-minute is the cap that I don't want to try and sit within for the videos. That's just all about a very particular topic, like sacrificial weapons versus Favonius weapons. Attack percent versus crit percent is too big of a topic to fit in one of them. My team comp building style. What are my terms? What do they mean? Why do I use them over what the community uses? Because what I use is different from the community. I've been using them since, by myself personally in my documentation since, when was it? Week 2? Week 3? Are there any good resources to learn how to play Klee? Playstyle wise, not built. Like damage rotations, hopping versus dashing, good stamina usage, things like that. Nothing that has gone that in-depth, I don't think. I'm planning on potentially building one, but I'm not going to be releasing that till Klee gets her rerun, because that's when a bunch of new people are going to get Klee and going to need to know how to play Klee. So that would be the best time to release it, so I'm working on it slowly in the background, but I don't need it necessarily. By the way, speculations on Hu Tao want to pull her, because Rieri... But so far, the info is that she's going to have Pyro Infusion. Think we might look at the same kind of problem as with Child. Too much Pyro application to make her proc vape. No, that's the thing. It's very difficult to have too much Pyro in order to proc vape, considering she would need to be applying Pyro more than twice a second. She would need to apply Pyro more than twice a second in order to never trigger vape, in order to make that an issue, which is difficult to do. You think it's never coming out? Probably not. That was all way back when he was going all gung-ho and just making video after video, and health issues surfaced. Yeah, like layman's terms, think of it like this. Whenever you apply an attack of an element, that element will put a certain amount of that element on a thing. You can think of it as increments of 1, 2, and 4. How fast they get removed is irrelevant, but there is different speeds there. That's all going to be gone into as the gauge theory video, which is part of my elemental series, which is the next big series of videos outside of the crit video. Like, I'm planning on doing big videos, small videos, and character reviews, and those are going to be the 3 main things that I do. That's what I'm aiming to do with this channel, focusing on Genshin Impact. So, the big videos, the next one after this is starting on doing all the elemental stuff, elemental mastery, what the reactions do and how they work, and then how's the nitty-gritty behind the scenes with aura applications. Like, I can give you some tips, Waste, so if you hit into the Discord, we can give you some tips on, where best to use stuff and when, but we're not going to have a full video for that stuff. But generally with elemental applications, Klee has its own mains Discord. It does. I'm not heavy in there, so I'm not too sure exactly how the stuff is there. I've talked with Maggie, and I half agree with what the stuff they specifically state there, so I haven't been in it nearly enough in order to figure out exactly how useful it is versus if not. It's probably a decent place to start, but you can also hit up my Discord. # shameless promotion. But going back to elemental applications, let's assume let's assume every elemental attack in the game applies 1 of that element, which isn't the case. There are attacks that apply 2. Beto's ultimate applies 4 for some godforsaken reason that I absolutely adore, even though it's electro, so it's not useful for anything. But that's my Discord. Klee mains is a different one, and I don't have the invite for it, or I don't know where to find it. So, This one here is the Klee mains. Yeah, that one there that I just posted in chat is Klee mains, specifically. Beat you to it, Saru. Close. But, assuming every element applies one of the element. Normally, in a reaction, let's say you're doing overload. You apply a pyro to an enemy, there's one pyro. You slap them with an electro, that electro burns. Since it's one electro, it burns one pyro. So essentially, if you're applying one pyro and you hit with one electro, you trigger an overload, and then you remove one pyro worth of electro. If you apply two pyro, such as a Bennett E, and then you apply one electro, you remove one pyro, and trigger an overload. I had a mental brain fart there, ignore that please. But you still are left with one pyro. That's how that system works. So like there's a certain amount of one element, and when you apply a reaction with another element, you remove a certain amount of it. So the unique thing in melts and vapes now, in vapes and melts, there are strongs. No, and I'm now getting into why melt ganyu is in theory strong. Other than the fact that melt ganyu is strong because ganyu has ridiculously high numbers, and then you're melting for a multiplier. But specifically, what I'm stating is, in a melt or a vape, let's use melt for this case, because this is what we're working on. In melt, you have a strong and a weak reaction. The strong one triggers 2.0 times the damage. Weak triggers 1.5. So in this case, pyro melting ice is a strong, or it takes up 2. Ice melting fire, for whatever reason, because that happens, or fire on an enemy is melting ice as you hit them, doesn't matter, is weak. So essentially how you have to trigger it is, in that reaction, if the trigger element is weak, it removes half of its value from the aura. So if you have 2 pyro on a unit and you hit them with 1 cryo, that becomes 1.5 pyro. In a strong version of the reaction, if you put 2 cryo on the enemy and you hit them with 1 pyro, you will remove double the pyro's value. Which means if you hit them with 2 cryo and you hit them with a 1 pyro, you remove all the cryo, because 2 times 1 is 2, and 2 minus 2 is 0. So the reason why Melt Ganyu is so capable, or is why you want to be doing it, is because she applies 2 1U applications. So her arrow and her bloom both apply 1 cryo. Meaning, if you apply 1 pyro to an enemy, you can melt, in theory, both of those applications. In theory. In practice, it's a little more difficult than that, just due to burn times on the elements and not getting it off on time kind of stuff. But generally, you're getting 2 melts on both of them, which means both hits are being multiplied by 1.5 times minimum. Which is why weak vaporizes and weak melts are so much better than strong vaporizes and strong melts. Because a strong melt always removes cryo, because we don't have any 4 U's of cryo yet. We don't have any 4 cryo applications yet. So literally, if you melt a cryo, the cryo's always gone. So the moment you apply 2 pyros before cryo shows up, cryo takes forever to remove pyro, but pyro immediately removes cryo. So it's very easy to keep cryo melting, but very hard to keep pyro melting. That's why when you see vape teams, you don't see vape teams going vaporize, 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 using hydro. You don't see Mona going vape, 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 vape. You don't see Child going vape, 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 vape. You see Mona, one big 1 million vaporized nuke on her ultimate. You see Child, one big 500,000 vaporize on his ultimate. So in the strong reactions where you have 2 times multiplier, your best bet is to try and maximize the damage on vaporizes or melts you can do. It's why Klee is one of the best once she has C4, because she just hits the ultimate button, swaps, and lands a 555% multiplier melt that just gets boosted up the wazoo because you melted it. But you're not going to be able to melt with literally every attack she does because she applies so much pyro that you can't keep up. Like, you basically need a cryo slime in order to melt everything that Klee does, and even then, that's not quite enough. Like, the only time I've seen Klee be able to basically consistently melt. Oh. It's been a while since I've spoken this much. The only time I've seen Klee melt properly is with 5 enemies in a ganyu ult, which is then within a venti ult, which is infused with cryo. So you have ganyu applying cryo, venti applying cryo, and in the instance that Klee applies too much pyro and applies pyro, you now have a Nemo swirling that pyro to remove that pyro on top of the ice's melting. So you literally have 3 different elements applying in order to try and get rid of any excess pyro. That's the entire reason why that's the only way you can make Klee function that way. But that's entirely the reason. Is it's that much more difficult to melt fire on ice consistently just because it goes away. Thank you very much for the 100-bit spider. You be amazing. And glad you could learn something. Welcome to Why You Prefer Me. I'm willing to explain. No, you. No, you. Hello, Silhouette. How are you doing today? A good min-max never shuts up on the math. See, the thing is I don't even consider myself a min-maxer. I showcase what min-maxing is, but I'm not a person who's saying, like, you have to min-max. But yeah, you're right. It's true. Thank you very much for the follow, Simone. How are you doing today? It's greatly appreciated, as always. More stuff to get. More stuff to get. Ooh, more stuff to get. I'm good. How about me? I'm doing okay. It's been a while since I streamed, so voice is a little worse for wear, but that's normally how it goes. A good throat lozenge, a good rest after this. Take tomorrow off so I can work on the crit video instead. Because, like, that's probably going to bring in the next big wave of subscribers. Like, the big wave of subs happened once I released the Albedo vid, literally when it came out, because everybody was asking questions and nobody was making videos. Or they weren't making enough. Ganyu video came out too late, and I wasn't as involved in the theory crafting chat the entire time. And then the layman's terms will all be big ones, not so much because each one will be big, but because I'll be putting out more of them than anything else. The only thing is I don't quite know yet what I want to go for in terms of feel of the layman's terms. Because I could easily go the Microsoft Sam, I'm talking down to you maggot kind of style that you've seen with Sir Swag and that Sin video, or whatever that video was talking about the Mona Freeze stuff with Ganyu. But I could also easily just go super informative, I'm just going to talk about the math and never really shut up ever. That's not really going to help. Okay. I'll just use your normal voice and never shut up. Oh, you don't. Think it would hold more charm, to be honest. Possible. We'll have to wait and see. Again, I'm under 1,000 subscribers. It's all literally a matter of, this is now the time to really be testing the waters. Oh no, I don't believe you're memeing. I don't take a lot of what people say as memeing. The only meme I assume people are saying when they meme is when they say, tell me my voice is rough like sandpaper. Because I have officially gotten used to that. What next? Something next has to be done. More items have been forged, which is good. But Dawn Winery. Okay, I want that Seelie. Oh, that's what you meant by memeing here. Okay. I thought you meant something else. That's my... Understood. We'll have to play around, wait and see.
Show me what you got. Give me something more. Show me what you got. I need something, yeah.
No treasure nearby. Well, then where? Ah. Where am I supposed to be going? Where? It says Dawn. What's in here? That's not the Dawn Winery. Come on, come hither, minions. Tip trick number 1, you play Beto, stand and fire, go E, and profit. Tip number 2, if you're gonna stand and fire, kill Dendro Mages. If you stand and fire, Dendro Mages are natural enemy number 1. Tip number 2, Tip number 3, do a lot of damage. You think they'll flesh out Dendro? Here's how I think they're going to flesh out the element. So, if you really look at the elements, So, if you look at the elements fit into 2-3 circles with a line drawn between them, okay? So your circles, and you can kind of consider them sort of like a Venn. It's really weird how they're all laid out. But you have a circle of reactions of pyro, hydro,
Hard to remain on dry land for so long.
and electro.
To get my land legs back.
Okay? So like in pyro, hydro, water's the strong element. In pyro, electro, pyro's the strong element because the reaction leaves a pyro element.
Trade tactics. I'm always
In
ready.
electro with hydro, electro's the strong element. So you can treat it as like what's strong versus what's weak in a circle. Now, of course, pyro can react back with hydro, but it's a weak reaction by comparison. So the second version we have is cryo, electro. The second circle we have is cryo, electro, and pyro. Where you have cryo and electro has their own reaction. You have electro and pyro has their own reaction. And then you have
If you ever want to trade tactics,
pyro and cryo, which has their own reaction. And in those, you noticed 2 of the reactions are transformative, and one of them is amplifying. Okay? And then... Oh, everything's going great, Whiskey. Everything's going great. I'm actually talking about stuff. Thank you very much for the follow. But, like, that's how that is. And then there is one reaction that isn't part of these 2 circles, and that reaction is freeze, which is a non-damaging reaction. Sure, freeze then has a reaction that works off of it, but that's a reaction off freeze, not off of cryo or whatever. So it's off of everything else. So my theory is that Dendro is going to form a third circle. So Dendro, we have a dot burn with pyro. So that's part of the circle. With fire and this element. And in this particular circle, you have pyro and Dendro. That's what you've got between those 2, right? So you've got pyro, Dendro, and then you've got a transformative reaction which functions like electrocharge between pyro and Dendro. So we need a third element in here to trigger more reactions. The element we've had in all the circles so far is electro. So my personal take,
always ready.
to give all the elements the best balance, they're going to add Dendro, so that you have pyro and Dendro. They're going to add electro back into this, so you still have overload as one of the 3 reactions. But you're now going to have a reaction which is also transformative. But now you're going to also have a reaction with electro and Dendro. And my theory is that electro-Dendro is going to be an amplifying reaction. And it's going to be something like grounding, where you basically get a really big lightning bolt style, boom, here's a bunch of extra damage. As a amplifying reaction, or as a flat damage increase. I have a feeling Dendro, if they're going to balance it out, Dendro and Electro are going to get an amplifying reaction because they're the only 2 elements left that don't have amplifying reactions. Cryo has one, Electro has one, Pyro has one.
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
Cryo, Pyro, and Hydro have one. Electro does not. Dendro and Anemo and Geo don't count because they're outside and they react with literally every other element. Geo would like to have a word,
It's hard to remain on
but
dry
it's getting ridiculous damage buffs
Never quite seem to get my land
with its
back.
reactions, with its resonances and stuff. Like, that's how I would personally approach it, and give every element in that entire tree there full access to every style of reaction possible. And that would fix Electro, but it also feels very restricted. But at the same time, I feel you will then get some other kind of reaction with Dendro, Hydro, that isn't necessarily going to be damaging, and then you'll get another kind of reaction between Dendro and Cryo that isn't necessarily damaging or will be debuff based. Like, is Dendro only going to exist to make Pyro more capable, or is Dendro actually going to be fleshed out? And that's the best way I can personally make it, where they flesh out Dendro. Because the only thing Electro needs now, technically, is an amplifying reaction.
A perfect face and a perfect smile.
Dendro only reacts to Dendro and does AoE damage and root CC. I'm sorry, but we are not having Maokai as a crossover character, Seaweed. Go play your League of Legends if that's what you want.
Leave it all behind and throw it away. Oh, it's eating off me, baby. Oh, I don't know what to believe or say, but this won't be my heartache, no. This will be your mistake, no. Go ahead and run. Go ahead and run, run, run. This will be your mistake, no.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Here we go.
Go ahead and run. Go ahead and run, run. 'Cause you took all that I had. Left me with nothing, but I'll be your victim. Whoa. On without you. Oh, and I know what I do. I know what I do. Blame it all on you.
Lao.
'Cause this won't be my heart.
This is very far off, so food for thought. Dendro plus Hydro, Mao Sapline. Yao Yao is just anime girl Maokai. That's actually a sad viewpoint. Yao Yao is just lolly Maokai. This one is earlier, yeah. It is a sad viewpoint. Like, if they don't do anything to Dendro, that's going to be the most sad at all, because burning doesn't even do a lot of DPS in the grand scheme of things, to be completely honest. Mining. Almost got all of it. Seaweed, the extending of it is just the same thing as other stuff. It doesn't extend the elements, it just means that a reaction can take place while also leaving the elements on. So unless it's there and literally makes Pyro last forever, in which case... We have no idea how it's going to work, and there's so many different things. No, what they changed was fire on the grass. They didn't change the Pyro debuff. And then they added the Dendro debuff on top of that for you. And that hurts. Can't wait for Dendro Cleanser so that I can kill myself and bed it all. I'm pretty sure that if you infuse yourself with 2 different elements from 2 different characters at the same time, it doesn't stack and trigger a reaction. You can't freeze yourself by stacking Barbara plus Diona. You can't overload yourself with Beidou plus Benadult. You can overload other people, you can knock them back with it, and it frickin' sucks. But you don't do damage to yourself. I mean, Diona also has that functionality where she just can't freeze you, period, but, like, my point stands.
With another complete stranger. And he robbed away, taking most of me when he left.
technically you can cause those reactions, just nothing happens. Well, see, there's the thing. Like, if you cause burning, something has to happen. Both elements are going to sit, and that can be a bad thing, depending on what kind of reactions Dendro comes with.
Oh, thank you to magic for rescue.
But well, see, the reason why no damage happens is because you're still the trigger. The reason why that happens is you're still the trigger. You can't hurt yourself with your own reaction. Like, I'm pretty sure if you're inflicted with pyro in any way and you cleanse it with Beidou, she doesn't get damaged by it unless they hit you with the element afterwards. It depends on the source of the trigger. And most of the time, you, yourself, the player, are the source of the trigger, so you'll never receive damage from it. But on something like Electrocharge, if that's still applied, the elements would sit there for an extended period of time, meaning Barbara E would go from sitting there and just ticking very briefly and disappearing like it normally does, to it would last a long period of time. There could be some other mechanic at play that changes up how it works, which I don't know at the time of what I'm saying right now, which is, aka, take what I'm saying with a grain of salt. But that's the kind of stuff you got to think of when you're looking into all of this stuff. Here it is. And there should be one more, valued at 8, over this way. Is it this way or is it the other way? Other way. What books did Ganyu need again? She needs persistence. Or perseverance, or prevalence. It starts with a P. They are called diligence. Okay, diligence. Same thing. Persistence, diligence, technically the same thing. Close enough. At least I think it's close enough. Would it be close enough? Would you call that close enough? It's close enough. Whiskey Jack 11, thank you very much for the follow. I did not notice at the time. That's my bad. It's greatly appreciated. Helps grow the channel. Holy crap, we're 8 away from the gift subs. We're almost there, boys. We're almost there. We're almost at 500. It's only taken 2 months. We're almost there. Prosperity starts with a P, though. Fair. I guess I shouldn't have said whatever starts with a P. Oh, nope. Now we're at 493. We're 7 away. Thank you very much for the follow, Uxoch. Okay. Now we're 5 away. Thank you very much for the follow, Mike P9333 and Ayanya Changkyu Valley. I did challenge 1. I get 60 primos. Based. Appreciate your posts on Discord anytime, Whiskey. Remember, exclamation Discord gets you to our Discord. Also, Osser, if you want to go about and start making a welcome channel or something like that, we can talk later after stream about getting you the role required so that you can do so. If you're still around. It is very clean. I would print it. Problem, new character comes out, you gotta print a new one. Hey Cal, how are you doing today? Internet's finally back. I need to go here. You're back. Just reloaded your save, and now my Klee is alive with 0% HP. Oof. But hey, at least she's back.
We've only just begun.
Born of ice and frost.
You can't run. I miscalculated. Let's move.
You made a mistake, my man. Sure, you have damage reduction, but now I'm melting.
No touching.
Roasted fry.
Imagine missing. Waifu, probably. Allow. I'm waiting. I'm home for in 9 days, and in the meantime, thinking about whether to pull for shower gun. You don't really know. Someone posted an Imgur. Oh, it's a Klee with 0 HP. And she's alive? Huh? Neat. Did I get pinged for a message somewhere? Announcement. He's in Genshin Impact now. That's neat. Okay. Apparently he's someone's man. Huh?
Next on the agenda.
Ooh. Iron Trunk and White Iron. Nice. If Ayaka doesn't come out until the Inazuma, I'll have plenty of time to save her after your rule for who? Definitely. Ha! Ganyu best boar hunter. Today is Sunday in the US? Yes, it is. It is 6:20 for me. Have I maxed on weekly pass? No. What do you mean maxed on weekly pass?
We're way behind schedule.
If you're talking about Welkin, I don't max. If he means Battle Pass, I am also not maxed there. I am only at 30. I don't heavy hand it because it doesn't matter. I get the rewards in the end. Oh, I have not even come close to the rewards per week. I typically get to about 7k and I'll sit there. There we go. Also, there's been a few days the past couple of weeks where I just haven't played at all because I've been busy with videos or busy with actual work. IRL work sucks.
Born of ice and frost. Everybody stand back.
Chest. IRL is a stupid game. But see, Sorrow, the difference is you don't have to travel. When I gotta go, when I actually have to go to work, and that's been more and more consistent, that's anywhere, depending on which office I have to go to, that's anywhere between half an hour and 2 hours on public transit. Now, 2 hours is like the extreme. I've only ever had to do it once. But normally it's about an hour one way. Normally between an hour and a half. 2 hours is the farthest I can go, and I've only ever had to go there once. You gotta do what you gotta do. This doesn't make me enough money yet where I can quit that job. Or only do the at-home stuff. Because the only the at-home stuff is like 15 hours a week.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Why do they never no touching, we're way behind schedule. We're way behind schedule. All hail.
Gonna make me big. Yeah, well, I will eventually make it big. It's just... I'm not in a position where I can go full on making me big. Which is why videos take so long to come out. In all honesty, that's how it is. The videos take long to come out because A, I'm a perfectionist, and B, it takes a long time to make the videos compared to what time I can dedicate to them. Hello, bikini, not... bikini is not... Bikini's not... naughty nose? Bleh. I read it and I was like, yeah, I know this. And then I was like, oh, wait, is it something else? Because I can also read it as... Bikin is not... I'm not even going to bother with that. Seems to take a long time regardless if you want to make quality material. To an extent. Like, if you're really good at it, it doesn't take too long. You sit down, you do like 2 takes. Well, see, the difference is Jinx can't do it full time. He has issues. He has his ADD or ADHD or whatever it is. He has his other mental issues and stuff like that. He can get distracted a lot. I mean, I'm also of the same volition. ADD here, except instead of having issues being drawn from the whole, you know, doing a bunch of naughty stuff to your body when you were young, I just exist with not being able to fully utilize my hands and limbs the way I should. I mean, my limbs more so are good. It's mainly the hands. I can do very finicky stuff, but I can't do finesse stuff. It's why when I've looked into martial arts, I can't do a lot of martial arts, but there's some that I can do. Typically the ones that I can do, you're looking more at general motions and typically using some kind of weapon. Because there's less hand finesse in that. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu? I've looked into it. I'm particularly looking into historical European martial arts and Kenjutsu right now, because that's what interests me more, but BJJ does interest me once I get more in fit. I would have difficulties throwing people because I'm not strong, and other people would have difficulties throwing me because I'm fat. Or at least I'm not skinny.
We're way behind schedule.
Are you gonna glow for me?
Next on the
No? No glow? You're a bamboo. I have been bamboozled. How dare you bamboozle me? I'm in combat? I shouldn't be in combat. There we go. Up the main road should net me something. Come on, highlight. Glow, please, my little furry friend. No treasure nearby. If you're gonna go with sword stuff, go with the Hema. Probably gonna look at doing multiple of it, because around here it doesn't look like there's gonna be major stuff. So I really just need to look more at what the best clubs around where I live are, because I won't go where Hema if there's one Hema school and the Hema school's crap. Because I've seen and watched a bunch of Hema YouTubers over the years, and I can see it can be a little bit divisive of what's good and what's not. Sparring equals scientific method. Yep. It's also why I'm not doing fencing, because fencing's too hand focused. Oh, so there's stuff on this side, but we don't know where. Probably down here on this big island. Yeah, on the big island. Oh, it's a co-op challenge. Oh.
Time for takeoff. Here we go. No touching. Eyes on me.
Huh? Uh-oh. Get back in. Challenge completo.
shadows among the pines. So offshore, playful and free, without a care in the world. I was one rich little girl.
Got to do 13 and 14. And that'll get me everything. Mine is over in 21 hours, so you guys probably have like 5 or 6 hours. Ish. Guyunstone Foristo. Not to be compared with the barista.
We spent summers catching fireflies and winters on our skates.
Any manga updates? Quite a few. I'll go read those after we're done on stream. And then next stream, which probably won't be tomorrow, that'll probably be Tuesday or Wednesday, we will be doing ganyu numbers. What am I reading? All Four Soul Lands, Story About Treating a Female Knight, Wizard of Arsenia, and Marshall Peak. Because Tower of God isn't coming out, and I don't have to wait till the weekend for, God of High School and Hardcore Leveling Warrior are both out. I really just want Tower of God to be Tower of God. Not all of them are manhwa. Story of Treating a Female Knight is entirely Japanese. Opinion on Rachel? Absolutely hate her, but she's a great character. Like, story-wise, she's a great character. Does so much to bring character, pizzazz, and flavor to the world. And I can honestly sit down and kind of believe that a character would be like that. That is a real person. There's a lot of humanity within the way she's designed and portrayed. And I really like that. But yeah, it doesn't mean I have to like her. Crap. You know what? I'm surprised. Tower of God is great. Anime was rushed, and the entire OST is a collection of bangers. Yes, they did the OST right, and the anime was slightly rushed, but they did an amazing job for what they produced. It wasn't bad. It wasn't amazing, but it wasn't bad. I am going to get Rose because it's red. Oh yeah, I've recommended it. Oh yeah, we have this going on. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Yamete. Yamete. No. Ow, he was spinning already. God damn it. Huh? Yamete. Yamete Frieza Dono. Ha 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 ha!
Every time when you're passing me by, I fall in love. There's something
Jujutsu Kaisen? I've been following it. Currently am behind quite a bit, but I've been watching it with a friend. Just stream and work has made it so that we don't ever really meet up. That was fun. That fight's now fun because I have ganyu. Yeah, JJK is really good. However, I hate JJK because the existence of JJK made God of High School completely crap. Because they've tried to fit God of High School into 13 episodes, and that was never gonna work. Ever. But that's besides the point. Don't want to get too hard into anime again.
Another test subject. Tingle.
Ow.
of the things that I can
Go.
tell you. Every time when you pass
Try.
me by,
We're way behind schedule.
That tingle.
there's something about you. I wish you
Try. That tingle.
Aha.
could be there to hold you. It feels like it's still breathing when you're
I'll take the treasure hunter insignias. Those are nice.
something about you. I wish you were mine.
I beg to differ. But that's just me. Half the fights in that series had issues. They had technical issues. They weren't even issues of just... They weren't necessarily my forte. They had technical issues. As a person who used to review anime for a living,
Bring her one of my t-shirts, so it smells like her perfume.
there's technical issues there.
Get what the love songs are talking about. And I just wanna tell her how I feel, scream it out loud. Have you ever been in love?
Another test subject.
Have you ever lost your head?
No, I wrote about them.
Felt like you were out of breath when you saw her in the
See, a lot of people didn't notice it because there's eye candy, but the issue with a lot of the fight is though they do a good deal of work in trying to make the style as easy to follow as possible, a lot of the fights spent a lot of time, and the anime feels like it has shaky cam, and a lot of the time they're spending so much time having the characters flail around throughout the arena that they keep crossing the line. And if you don't know, in a good fight scenes, you very rarely cross the line, and when you do, it's a very telegraphed change where you can easily see what's going on to make it easy to follow. A lot of the issue with the fight scenes that they had in those, especially later on in the series, is the main characters' combat. The main characters on one side, the enemies on the other. So you know good guys on one side, bad guys on the other. But in half of the God of High School fights, they swap back and forth so often you don't know what the hell is going on, and everything just becomes a lot harder to follow. You might think you're following it all, but there's a lot of storytelling that can be missed just because you're too busy trying to follow the fight and not noticing each individual move and what it can potentially be portraying to the story that the fight scene is trying to tell. Because every individual fight scene is a story. Like, if you think about certain fight scenes in anime where, like, they put a character on the ground, that's part of a story, and then they have to figure out how is the character that's been put on the ground going to get off the ground without, getting hit by whatever attack's being flung at him. That whole process is a problem-solving situation, which is a little mini story arc within an entire fight scene. And it's not something you notice, it's not something you think of, but it's something that has substance and exists. So if you'll look back at like a lot of your fight scenes from a lot of like your favorite things that you remember, if you don't remember them just on the pure sakuga and the pure speciality of just how brilliant the fight scene was visually, you can look into it and take a look and see what kind of storytelling is the fight scene having. Is there unique reasonings behind each individual move? What is a problem that has been created by one character or another?
Adventure time.
And you know what? I am half okay with it and half not. I don't know how to feel about that. And that's my issue. Fix some of the problems you have. Yes, it fixed some of the problems you have, but it scrapped and like that's a personal appropriateness where like the humor didn't quite hit in the webtoon. Makes sense. But they got rid of literally every single moment of character growth just so that they could fit all the fight scenes and make it fit in. Like, it's like, okay, how do we make this all fit into a 13 episode anime? Let's get rid of literally every amount of character development at the points where it makes the most sense. Have I seen Lament of the Fallen from Honkai? If you're talking about the entirety of the fight scene, if Lament of the Fallen is the one where her Sheriff Thunder shows up, I believe I've seen it once before. Why? Oh, the fights were amazing. The problem is, Wonard, if you don't understand, the anime starts at chapter 4 of the manga. Of the webtoon. The anime skips the first 3 chapters. It's the Kaina versus Mei fight. I believe I've seen it once before. Yeah, no, when they did the wedding, you completely gave up on caring about the story. Just watch for the visually stunning fights. And even then, I feel the visually stunning fights weren't that visually stunning. Like, they were trying to go for a Mob Psycho One Punch Man with their own individual art style. It looked like it was literally built to just be a testing ground for their future animation styling. Which, I mean, has to happen. I just hate that it had to happen to to an IP that I beloved so much. And then we have to go to Mount Aozong. Explore the last area. Let's go explore the last area. Like, one of my favorite fight scenes, if you just want to talk to me, is if you haven't seen it, Kakashi vs. Obito is an absolutely stunning fight scene. And if you haven't seen it, you should watch it. Like, if you want a fight scene where each individual move within the fight tells a story, that is what I mean by fights have so much where the fight's easy to follow. You can understand what's going on. Like, you can follow what's going on. You know what's going on. Kill. Die. But, like, it's telling a story. You can see what each individual move means within the overall fight, and the problem solving each character has to go through while they're executing those moves within that fight, assuming they're the ones actually thinking about the moves that they're doing. And then on top of all of that, and it's the same kind of thing you see in Lament. There's a lot of weight behind all of it. Come on. Probably the latter. You blame it on an iPad, 20 HP on Klee. Oof. Anyone who liked anime and hasn't seen Lament, it's amazing 5 minutes. Watch even without context. Yep. But at the same time, I look at that and it's like, I don't want the game. I just want it to be an entire show. I want the entire story. Like, that, all the cutscenes are incredible, and they make me want to play the game for the story, and that's it. So I might do that at some point, like review the whole story myself. I need more drink. But, like, at the same time, it goes to show that you don't have to have a massive visual spectacle to make a fight scene amazing. The fight scene has to portray something beyond just it being a fight scene. Sure, you have the existence of the fantastical, like One Punch Man, like Mob Psycho, and so many others that are like it. But it's rare to find one that gives you a story throughout the entirety of the fight that they're executing. Hey, everyone's 2 cents is worth the same amount, because it's 2 cents. You keep flashing. I'm looking for a glowing. There is the glowing line. Plus 2 cents to that. But yeah, that's the one thing that Genshin has yet to do, is we haven't seen a full animated fight scene. Like, the storyline behind what we got in animation from Child and the Traveler was really solid. Diluc did frick all. There was no story to tell. He walked in, murdered something, and that was it. The one that I wanted to see, him and Kaya fight. Smack. Aha! Oh, I don't even need out-of-game cutscene renders. In-game cutscene renders are just as viable. Because you can just as easily put good animation and storytelling within the fight scenes in those, if not better. Like, to speak about a game that did it really well, the CG cutscenes of Final Fantasy VII Remake looked worse than the actual in-game cutscenes. My personal 2 cents, but it also still stands. Oh, wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. Who's gonna love it? Every character quest feels like an anime filler episode. I mean, to an extent. Some of them don't. Like Mona's didn't. Mona's didn't because it immediately played into the event quest with Mona. Stop it.
Adventure time.
You know what? Fuck you. Die. That's 32 out of 60. There should be some over here. The manga has been mostly heavy lifting, while the game has been very disconnected. Are you talking about Azur Lane? In which case, that's interesting. I was about to say, I heard it's kind of the opposite for the Genshin manga? There it is. Collect. I'm missing one more.
Another test subject. That tingle?
Let's play.
Fry.
Here we go.
Is that enough? Yes, it is. Bring abject agony and murder to the enemies. Gotta be somewhere this way. Yep, I'm right. What do you mean, undodgeable thing? Oh, do you mean the weird AoE pulse thing? You're supposed to collect all the orbs before it does it. If you collect all the orbs... Like, if it spews orbs out and you collect the orbs, you just make sure it doesn't have any energy to eat.
Listen to the voices in the deepest parts inside. Down along the river, you never wonder why.
Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Sad Nap. That sounds like what I'll be doing in like 20 minutes, is having a sad nap. Inventory. It's adorable. And it's more of a fuchsia. And I like it. Aww. Okay, this event was worth it. This event was worth it. This alone is worth it.
Wouldn't gliding be faster?
iPad sucks? Yeah. What are we gonna name it? So Robotism the Third.
It's only for the better. They say we're gonna be alright. It's only for the better. Thoughts keep me up all night. It's only for the better. Please this is right. It's only for the better. But now it's time for the high.
玫瑰，玫瑰，
I had an idea, but I'm not sure if I want to do it because I am horrible with Chinese pronunciations.
Cider in hand.
ローズ，
Only for the better. Calm voices tells me to
But I was thinking we were going to name it Megui. And we could probably Romanize it down to Maggie. MEIGUI or MEIGI. That specifically being the Chinese.
玫瑰，
Ching Chong, Chinese bad language. Hate how I was made to study it for 7 years. But at the same time, I don't know why, I just really liked the sound of it when I went looking. Because I just wanted to call it Rose, because it's the rose color, but at the same time, that was just too simple.
can't find the light. And now it's time for the high. And then it's gonna get worse.
Yeah, Saru?
Getting better. We can sink deeper in the dirt. And now it's time for the high. And then it's gonna get
You spit your drink, Saru. It's gotta be important. What are you talking about? 1. Rate up characters are seemingly based on upcoming character trials, like 100% Jing Cho in Ganyu Banner last time. Hu Tao has her own side quest. Kuching doesn't. Uncle speculates. There will be a standard banner rate up with Kuching, Diona, and Xinyan. 4. Lithic Blade, Eye of Perception, Lithic Spear. He forgot to include in pick, and it will be in weapon banners. 5 so far in the CVT groups I know. Jade Cutter and Staff of Homa have never been sent out and tested. There might be a change of plan, or Mihoyo just testing them in other groups. As comparison, Summit Shaper also has never been tested, but Memory of Dust had the same passive. Makes sense. At the same time, I want to say if there's a Kaching banner, cool. That means I never, ever, ever have to worry about pulling that banner. A fairly big guy, a leaker. His name is Uncle Raja. And not only does he leak Genshin Impact stuff, but he also rate other people's fried rice. Full of MSG. Hi, Yuki-chan. Domo. How are you doing today? Oh yeah, do I have enough yet? Almost. We're almost there. Wait, I need 1 or 2? Let's go. We'll grab 2. And we'll leave ourselves with 104. And we will do a 10 wish. 10 wishes. Ikuzo! Ikuzo! Aww. Oh well. That gets us 10 further. I mean, technically it's a bow of sorts. That's C5 Diona. That's 4 copies of Diona off banner I've gotten. Hi, Fate. I'm closer to C6. Yeah, that's actually important. I mean, I'll take it. No, it's not bad at all. Why? Because this just means more healing or more shields. This is her shaker. This is pause. This just means more shields. This just makes this do more damage and give more shields. But I think we're at max duration now, which is good. Xenon, what's going on? Clear area 14. Nice. That's another BP. That's another amount of money. You ran out of time. Oof. That sounds like it sucks. Oh, we're almost there. Doesn't want to let you switch characters. Ooh, I can see that being a pain. Oh yeah, it's a new day. It's a new day. Let's go feed the foxy. Oh. Fox? Aw, no Foxy. Well, I mean, the day switched over. The day switched over. Oh, I guess I'll just have to wait. What? With the foxes? Gives you a negate. It gives you one of the crimson agates. And I think it also gives you a chest. So, neat. I'm just doing it to get 100% in the region because I'm 99. Precious chest. Yeah? Huh? Yeah. Pop.
No one's joined me on an adventure in ages. Come on, let's go.
No, one of them's for me, one of them's for the boys. Yeah. Okay.
Benny's adventure team.
No problem.
Assemble.
Just talking with my mother there. Meaning to do that. No, it got real painful. Seems like you need to go hunt them all down. Yeah, the only reason I care is I want that 100% there. I want that 100%, man. I want it. It's the first place I'm at more than 95%. Well, 96%. You want your tree backs. Well, there's that too. Oh boy. You're 100%. You are always 100% Zenin. "100% area in Mondstadt." I know someone who has 100% in literally every region. Because they're like a group of 4 people, they go to each individual world and just scour the region for chests. I'm 3 away. 3 away. You need to go get breakfast as well. Trade edition demands. Don't worry, Saru. You go to the donut shop. Enjoy going to the donut shop. I'm probably not going to stick on for too much longer because we don't got too much more to do. So I'll talk to you later. Thank you again for turning out as normal. And stay safe. Okay. No one goes at 6 a.m. Exactly. But that's what everyone thinks. Anyone in America help you do an emo hypostasis? I'm logging off, so I can't. Otherwise, I would, Zenon. If you are okay with waiting till sometime tonight, I think we can do it. Best in slot time. Problem is, where I live, the closest restaurant in any which direction is like a half an hour walk, and I don't own a vehicle that works in the winter because I use a motorcycle. Holidays currently in Tasmania, that's why on iPad. 9 p.m. AEDT to EST. Oh, it's around this time. So you need a full day. Understandable. Well, ping in Discord and we'll see. AEST gang! Oh yeah, that's right. That's Australian time. That's right. You're in there, Fate. Can't remember. Is Vietnam also there? I'm pretty sure Fate's a different time zone from Faye and Lucas. Not that that matters, because neither of them show up in chat much. They don't care about me. Not like Kyle and Fate. You guys are the best. AEST and AEDT are the same time, just when you search online, you're not going to find AEDT, you're just going to find AEST, and it's all automatically calculated. It's the same thing, just whether it's daylight savings time or not. Well, it's 9 p.m. for you. Yep, and it's 7 for me. Or is it 10 for you? 11. Okay. Makes sense. Yeah, you know what? We're good for tonight. We got little Hua. We got little Hua.
Let's go find some treasure.
And she's adorable. She fits well with Bennett. She contrasts amazingly well with Ganyu and pairs well with her horns, surprisingly.
It's so nice to be stressed.
As such, I think it's time to call it. If anyone has any questions while we're still here, feel free to ask them while we slowly dip ourselves off into the other stuff. But I need to go have a rest because I got a video to make later today. Hopefully there won't be less auditory noise elsewhere and I can actually get to recording. So thank you all very much for showing up as always. There will not be a stream Sunday because working on video, need to get it out. Don't want to split between the two. And hopefully we will be back Tuesday or Wednesday next week for another stream. Thank you for turning up Forgetful. As always, Zenin, Ramen Noodles, Fate, Kabocha. Y'all are great. Same to Sadnap and Ayanya, Mike P. Saru, though he's not currently here. Wanard, Bikini, Naughty Nose. Alta, KG Beast. Y'all are great. Thank you very much for turning out, and I'll see you next stream. You too, Uxo. You too. And Apollinox. TFW, I just got here. I know, unfortunately, my streams can't be 24 hours so I can talk to everyone. I wish I could do that, you know, just stream all day, every day. But we'll get there eventually. Good night, everyone. You too, Osser. Night.
So